Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin. Please find your comfort and be attentive.
Good morning. It is our pleasure to be your host for this virtual training.
I am Kimberly Claire Suarez.
And I am Bobby Jarek M. Pedraza.
And we would like to extend you a very warm welcome.
We hope that you will learn a lot. We have lined up a fruitful and engaging sessions.
Welcome to this 3-day training on preparation of activity sheets,
production of alternative delivery modes or ADM, SLMs, RBI, and TVBI materials to ensure quality learning.
In Araling Panlipunan, Filipino, English, Science, and Mathematics. We would like to start this program with a prayer followed by the national anthem, regional hymn, and Zamboanga del Sur march.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang mag-ibig, kaya sa sigahan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buha, upang hinirang. Itig sa manlulupin, di ka masisigil, sa gaganap tugon sa simulan, sa langit mong pagaw, ay hiran ang tulang awit sa pagkayang minamahal, ang isang lang matawag ko'y tagumpay na nag-iinit, ang ituwing nakaraw niya kailan pang ay mag-iinit, lumag ang araw ng warhagis magsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo, ang ligaya na kantay mga api, at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Our Almighty God, loving Heavenly Father, at this moment we pause from our worldly worries and seek your guidance and protection. In these times of uncertainty and great challenges, we still praise you and adore you for blessings you have showered to us, the blessings of life, health, and work. We are also thankful for the opportunity to ask forgiveness of our sins. We have many sins, dear Lord. Nothing is hidden from you. Yet we ask that you forgive us and that our supplications still reach your throne of mercy and grace. At this moment, Lord, we pray that you accept our expressions of thanksgiving. We have so many things to be thankful for, and we are most thankful for the opportunity of serving our country through the Department of Education, Schools Division of Zamboanga del Sur. We are thankful for your protection and for sending your angels to envelop us and always keep us away from harm and danger and from the evil doings of men. We are thankful for the wise leadership of our top management, our chiefs, and the cooperation of officials and personnel in the Schools Division Office. We are thankful for the leadership of supervisors and school heads, and the commitment and support of all our teachers. With our expressions of gratitude, we ask now that you continue to guide us in our ways. Guide us as we perform our assigned tasks. Guide us as we serve the country. Guide us as we provide education to the children in this part of Mindanao. We also ask that you continue to bless our leaders with wisdom and continue to bless us with a spirit of patience and cooperation. We ask that you always bless our children and their parents and our partners in this world. Remind us always, dear Lord, that we are serving this country by providing education to our children and youth, and that we are doing this so that no one is left behind in illiteracy and ignorance, and that we are able to help parents and guardians mold a new generation of community leaders and even nation builders. We also ask, Lord, that you continue to bless us with what we need, the need of security, safety, and shelter. We know, Lord, that you alone can offer these things to your children, and you alone can offer these completely to us. For our teachers in the field, protect them always, Lord. Give them wisdom and strength as they continue the sacred mission of guiding children, thus making them good citizens of this province and of this country. At this moment, again, we ask that you take away the disease that is plaguing the world now, including Zamboanga del Sur. May it be, Lord, that with your intervention, those who are infected with COVID-19 will be healed soon, and all of us will be free from the worries this disease brings. At this moment, dear Lord, we yield to your power, your loving kindness, and your will. All these things we ask, in your name we pray. Amen.
With bare shores and mountains filled with treasures, on each land where dreams unfold. Busy without relenting, for countries wide you can count on us. With bare shores and mountains filled with treasures, on each land where dreams unfold. Its people marching on to progress, hearts and daughters brave and true. Hand in hand with other Filipinos, Zamboanga will make you proud. Your work is easy and beloved. For country's might you can count on us. Come to beautiful Zamboanga shore. Welcome to God's great gift given to man. Share our joys and sorrows. Join in the making of the wondrous land. Zamboanga del Sur, the bountiful, fill out thy own heart, spirit and soul. We will live for you, we will die for you. Here is his heart, Zamboanga del Sur. Come to beautiful Zamboanga shore. Welcome to God's great gift given to man. Share our joys and sorrows. Join in the making of the wondrous land. Zamboanga del Sur, the bountiful, fill out thy own heart, spirit and soul. We will live for you, we will die for you. Here is his heart, Zamboanga del Sur.
Our salute to the school's division superintendent, Dr. Maharani Jacinto, ESDS Dr. Remio M. Daligdig, and ESDS Dr. Raymond M. Salvador.
To the Chief of Curriculum and Implementation Division, Dr. Juliet Magallanes, and the 5 Education Program Supervisors, to mention Dr. Alma Carbonilla in Araling Panlipunan, Dr. Josephine Tumbok in Filipino,
Dr. Sandy Albarico in Science, Dr. Belen Cuevas in English, and Dr. Saturnina Abahon in Mathematics. This training is intended for the second batch of participants, and we are now live both in MS Teams and YouTube.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to have the Education Program Supervisor in Araling Panlipunan, the prime mover of this training, Dr. Alma L. Carbonilla, for the words of welcome and the purpose of this training.
To our schools, Division Superintendent, the adept Dr. Maharani M. Jacinto, CSO 6, her alter egos, the two Assistant Schools Division Superintendents, Dr. Raymond M. Salvador, CSC, and Dr. Romeo M. Daligdig, Chief of the CID, Dr. Juliet Magallanes, and Dr. Ernesto Tardo of the SGOD, fellow education program supervisors, the brains of this activity, namely Dr. Alma Carbonilla of ARPAN, yours truly, Dr. Josephine Tumbok of Filipino, Dr. Belen Cuevas of English, Dr. Saturnina Abahon of Math, and Dr. Sandy Albarico of Science, our public schools district supervisors, principal in charge of the districts, our PICDs, our school heads, subject coordinators, and teachers. A very good morning to everyone. A warm welcome to all of you here in this 3-day virtual training on the preparation of activity sheets, production of alternative delivery modes, ADM, the self-learning modules, RBIs, and TVBI materials, to ensure quality learning in Araling Panlipunan, Filipino, English, Science, and Mathematics for grades 7 to 10 learners. In these very trying times where the world is shaken by this deadly virus, our DepEd Secretary, Dr. Leonor Magtulis Briones, pronounces that the Department of Education should never stop because education should continue. Education cannot wait because our children cannot wait. And in support of this cry of our DepEd leader, our schools division in particular would also like to say DepEd Zamboanga del Sur should continue its services because our learners should not be left behind. Hence, this training was conceptualized. Learning as we avoided each other's close contacts, especially with our learners and teachers. A year has passed when we encountered lots of difficulties how to kick off the school year, knowing that we have nothing at hand. We are empty, helpless, and deserted. Yet, we should start as ordered to continue our services. Kaya nangangapa po tayo that time. Pero by God's grace, nalampasan natin lahat ng mga iyon. A year also has passed when we joined our efforts and did our best to craft modules, developed radio-based instructions, and TV-based instructions without proper training, guidance, and even exercises. Just doing it on our own through the aid of Google and KinMaster and Filmora and etc. And we did it. Again, glory to God. We became part of the history that once upon a time when COVID-19 strikes the world, we are one of those teachers who shed light through the darkest part of the education. To commence another school year, this training is to give a legit information and formation of our teachers, how to do it again, having done it before without any help, without any training, and hoping that by this time, Through this training, we can do it with ease and, of course, with expertise, and hopefully less worries that we expect. We are, therefore, to compile all possible modules from the central office. And if there is none from the central office, we will supply the missing link by preparing our locally made modules. Hence, this training is conducted. And should there be a complete compilation of the modules already compiled by the grade level coordinators, we shall prepare the necessary activity sheets of its competencies, radio-based instructions, and TV-based instructions of these modules. Hence, it shall be packed as one by grade levels and be placed in a flash drive and be provided to the field. So there are 4 possible outputs of the training: the compilation of the central office modules or locally developed modules as buffers, a compilation of the radio-based instructions, a compilation of the TV-based instructions, and the compilation of the attached activity sheets or worksheets per learning area and per grade levels. So that by doing so, we can better position ourselves in the upcoming school year opening by September 13. It is expected, therefore, that our trainees will tap people in our subject areas. Immediately during the workshop, you are going to organize another small groups of your grade levels, of your subject areas, to help you out in the crafting and compiling of these materials during the breakout session and workshops. Therefore, there's a lot of tasks ahead of us in this training. But deep in my heart, I'm certain that all of us knows no boundaries when it comes to work for the good of our learners, the core of all our educative endeavors. We believe in you. That is why you are part of this training. And for on behalf of our school's division superintendent, the assistant schools division superintendents, our chiefs, and our 5 education program supervisors, and the people of the IT office, I welcome you all, our highly intellectual people, the cream of the crop of Zamboanga del Sur, to this platform for this virtual gathering. A blessed and COVID-free morning, everyone. Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alma, for welcoming our participants to this 3-day virtual training.
At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin this virtual training, let us be reminded and be responsible of the netiquettes. We are pleased to have the Education Program Supervisor in Mathematics, Dr. Saturnina Abahon, for the protocols on online activity. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. So these are our training protocols for this convergence.
So please be reminded of the following guidelines before joining the meeting. First, training sessions will start at exactly 8 in the morning. Be in the meeting at least 15 minutes before the start of time. 2. Use of desktop or laptop running Windows or Mac operating system installed with the latest version of Microsoft 365 apps, including Microsoft Teams, is highly encouraged. 3. Ensure that you have good and stable internet connectivity. 4. Turn off other streaming services period. 6. Find a quiet place without any distractions so you can focus on the sessions. 7. We highly encourage you to turn your camera on if your internet connection and your device allow you to do so. 8. Always keep your microphone and screen sharing off at all times. Do not turn them on unless asked otherwise. 9. Actively listen and participate in the discussions and assignments. 10. Use the chat box to ask questions and interact with the speaker and organizers. An important reminder, do not share this email or the links in this email to non-attendees. Have a wonderful webinar to all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Abahon, for reminding our participants the protocols on online activity.
At this juncture, to inspire us in this virtual training, let us welcome our ever-dynamic Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maharani M. Jacinto, for her message.
Since Dr. Maharani has not entered the MS link, another appointment, another activity for her endeavor this morning. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed to the next session or next part of the program. Yes, Bobby? Now,
This time, for the presentation of our participants, let us welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the Education Program Supervisor in Filipino, Dr. Josephine L. Tumbo.
Okay. Hello po.
Dr. Justin Tombok now start with the presentation of our participants.
Hello po, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Isang napakalinaw at masayang umaga sa ating lahat. Gusto ko pong sabihin na ang ating matalino pansangay sa tagapagmamahala. Sa 5 asignatura. Isa po tayo sa ating araling panlipunan. Sa ating araling panlipunan na ang ating masayahing edukasyong supervisor ng araling panlipunan, Dr. Alma Carbonilla. Meron pong 6 na po ng mga kalahok bawat asignatura. Sa atin naman pong science, ang ating magaling na supervisor na si Sir Sandy Albareco, at ang ating sa Ingles, ang ating mapagmahal at may malasakit na kasamang DepEd, Dr. Medin Cuevas. Ang sa atin naman pong maalalahaning Education Program Supervisor ng Math. At of course, itong iyong napagmahal Dr. Tung. So ang ating mga kalahok ay magmula na ngayon sa batch 2 ay magmula na sa class 6 po naman ay magmula sa mga distrito ng Taminang 1, Taminang 2, Galing 1, Galing 2, Dinas 1, Dinas 2, Dinas 1, 6 na po bawat
Hello, Jo.
sa Filipino. At ARPAN, Math at English. So maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Hello, good morning. Good morning.
Thank you so much, Dr. Josephine Tombok, for the presentation of our participants this morning.
And now for the presentation of our training facilitators, let us welcome Dr. Belen A. Cuevas for the Education Program Supervisor in English.
beautiful Friday morning, everyone. So in this 3-day virtual training on the preparation of the activity worksheets and all other alternative delivery modes, learning materials for the 5 learning areas, we are humbly and glad to present to you the facilitators of the 5 learning areas. And here we go. For the plenary sessions or session, we have our Senior Education Program Specialist, Mr. Arturo Antiquina Jr., in charge of the monitoring and evaluation, who will give us the orientation of the online evaluation for the participants from day 1 to day 3. Then we also have Dr. Gay Abduhan, the Education Program Supervisor in charge of values education, and the focal person of the gender and development, who will be with us to navigate insights in gender and development to all learning areas. And for the training facilitators in Araling Panlipunan, we will start with Dr. Alma L. Carbonilla, the Education Program Supervisor in Araling Panlipunan, and she will discuss with you on comprehensive sexuality education. And with her is Mr. Asiafil Binongo, a teacher 1 of Tambolig National High School. And we also have Dr. Muhammad D. Rindo, a head teacher 1 of Dinas National High School, and he will discuss on the what's and how's of module writing. The next facilitator in Araling Panlipunan is Ms. Kimberly Claire G. Suarez, a teacher 3 of Tukuran Technical Vocational High School. She will navigate with you the basic principles of radio-based instruction development. Another facilitator in Araling Panlipunan, we have Precious Ann Briva, a teacher 1 of Toribio Minor National High School. And her topic is about the basic principles of television-based instruction development. Another facilitator in the name of Mr. Al R. Pastor, a master teacher 1 of Midsalip National High School, and he will give you the techniques on how to prepare activity sheets based on ADM materials. Then we also have the master teacher 1 of Panduma Senior Elementary School, and he will give you the balik kasaysayan in the person of Alan Caballero. Then, the last but not the least, facilitator in Araling Panlipunan is Dr. Norlin P. Sondo, a principal 3 of Aurora Regional Pilot School, and she will be with you on balik kasaysayan. And andito naman po tayo sa mga tagapagdaloy sa asignaturang Filipino. Ito po si Dr. Josephine L. Tumbok, Education Program Supervisor, at ibibigay po sa inyo ang pagpaplano ng mga tagubilin ng mga elemento ng modyol. Si Ma'am Gisolita Ismaglasan po ay tagapagdaloy naman ng Filipino. Siya po ay Teacher 3 ng Dinas National High School at ibibigay din niya sa inyo ang pagtatasa sa modyol or assessment in the SLM. And another facilitator, a Teacher 2 Bulawi Vocational Technical School, Mr. Jeffrey C. Villamor, at ibibigay po niya sa inyo ang mga dapat at di dapat sa pagsulat ng radio-based instruction. Si Ma'am Mercy T. Andujar po ay Teacher 2 ng Suminot National High School, isa rin sa mga tagapagdaloy sa asignaturang Filipino, at siya ang magdadala o magbibigay sa inyo patungkol po sa pangunahing prinsipyo sa pagsulat ng TVBI or TV-based instruction. Si Ma'am Aldemir B. Oy po ay isang Teacher 2 ng Mulawi Vocational Technical School, at ibibigay po niya sa inyo ang paghahanda ng activity worksheets. Si Ma'am Allen E. Duarte naman po ay Master Teacher 1 ng Kabatan National High School, and she will give you the language, content, and layout evaluation. And the last facilitator, but not the least, she is the librarian in the Schools Division Office. She is Miss Fidila V. Abaya, and she will give you the intellectual property rights. And now let's proceed to the training facilitators in science. And we will start with Education Program Supervisor, Sandy Albarico, who spearhead the science activity, and he will be with Mr. or Mrs. Jolie C. Baradero, a teacher in Nilo National High School, who is the lead facilitator. And we will also have Mr. Von Disuelio, a teacher in Suminot District. With him is Lucky G. Lagura, a teacher in Toribio Minor National High School, and they are the grade 7 facilitators. And another facilitators for grade 8, they are Miss Maribel T. Prieto and Maribel is Ibol. Both of them are in Kulabay National High School, grade 8 facilitators. Then for the grade 9 facilitators, we have Miss Marisa Iskaling of Midsalip National High School and Miss Lorna V. Kiachon of New Labangan National High School. And for the grade 10 facilitators, again, we have Ma'am Jolie C. Baradero of Nilo National High School and Mr. Brian P. Telempros from the Schools Division Office. For the learning facilitators in English Secondary, of course, we have yours truly, Belen A. Cuevas, the program owner, Education Program Supervisor in charge of English and private schools. And Mr. Loribert M. Mandeg, a teacher 2 of Lapuya National High School. He is a learning facilitator, and with him are the other facilitators like Ma'am Marie Hasmin A. Abara, a teacher 2. She is assigned in Francisco A. Relacion Senior High School of Labangan 2 District. We also have Ma'am Marilyn H. Pacong, Master Teacher 2 of Mulawi Vocational Technical School, Mulawi East District. Then we have Mrs. Wilhelmina V. Bogo, a Teacher 2 of Tukuran Technical Vocational High School, Maine. Another facilitator in English is Mrs. Helen B. Kalakala, Master Teacher 1 of Toribio Minor National High School, Margosatubi 1 District. Then we also have Miss Fridibel C. Sidolio, Teacher 2 of Balungating National High School, Gipos District. Another facilitator in English is Miss Evelyn B. Suaren, Teacher 3 of Paulino Darwin National High School, Pitugo 2 District. And we also have Miss Lerafi S. Mata, Teacher 3 of Mulawi Vocational Technical School, Mulawi East District. And we also have with us Miss Clarissa M. Paradela, a Principal 2 in Balintawak Elementary School, Mulawi West District. She is the District M&E Coordinator. And we also have Miss Relisa G. Gomez, Teacher 3 of Nilo National High School, Tibao 2 District. Then the last but not the least, facilitator in English is Marisa K. Cantelia, Master Teacher 1 of Mahayag School of Arts and Trades, Mahayag North District. And another set of facilitators in mathematics. We will start with the Education Program Supervisor in the person of Dr. Saturnina D. Abahon. With her are the following: Dr. Gemma Singson, Master Teacher 3 of Kabatan National High School, and Mrs. Lindy Balangkar, Master Teacher 1 of Labangan 2 District. Then we also have another facilitators, Ma'am Fidila V. Abaya, who will discuss with you on intellectual property rights. And we also have Ma'am Cecilia is Monte Alto, a master teacher 4, who will give you the topic on mechanics on activity worksheets preparation. Then Ma'am Merly U. Providencia, master teacher 1, and she will discuss with you the presentation of compiled modules, the TVBIs, and learning activity worksheet outputs from quarter 1 to quarter 4 by grade level. Then Mr. Ernesto Flores, a teacher 3, will discuss with you pertaining to assessment in the SLMs, activity sheets, worksheets, assessment tools. And he will also be with you on his presentation of the compiled modules, TVBIs, and learning activity worksheet outputs from quarter 1 to quarter 4 by grade level again. Then Mr. James Mabote, Master Teacher 1, will also discuss with you pertaining to the presentation of compiled modules, TVBIs, and learning activity worksheets. Again, from quarter 1 to quarter 4, the outputs by grade level on TVBI. Then Mr. Nervin R. Bermejo, Master Teacher 1, will discuss with you regarding on the evaluation of self-learning modules. Ms. Kimberly Dayan Pantinople will also discuss the basic principles of TVBI-based instruction development. Then Mr. John Mark Putistas, a teacher 3, will discuss on evaluation tools. Another facilitators are Jenilit Badlon, Master Teacher 1, and Mr. GC Dalumpines, Teacher 3. And those are the brilliant facilitators chosen to navigate with you in the 3 days session. And last, I just would like to announce to all the English participants for batch 2 to proceed after during the breakout session. I'll give you this link so that you can come inside our virtual room for our plenary session for English. So here is our link. As you can see on the screen, it's https://google.com/injx-tddv-cue. Good day and God bless everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Belen, for presenting our facilitators in 5 learning areas.
And at this moment, to discuss the training overview, it is our pleasure to have the Chief of the Curriculum and Implementation Division, Dr. Juliet A. Magallanes.
Good morning. Hello. Hello.
Dr. Juliet, we can hear you already. We may now proceed, ma'am.
By the way, please stop the music in the audio room because Joe tumbok earlier. Paki-ano lang. Oo. Kasi yung presentation ni Joe tumbok, in fact, I messaged you earlier. Okay, thank you very much. That's the irony of having two platforms. Although we're using our audio room, but sad to note that this time we cannot also access our audio room. So that's why we're having another setting here. Well, anyway, good morning, everyone. My due respect to our Unrelenting Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maharani Macaraig Jacinto. Likewise, to our two equally workaholic Assistant Schools Division Superintendents, Dr. Raymond Salvador and Dr. Romeo Daligdig. And of course, it's my pleasure to acknowledge our 5 education program supervisors in charge in navigating this 3-day virtual training on the preparation of activity worksheets, production and compilation of alternative delivery materials, radio and television-based instructional materials. Dr. Alma Laput Carbonilla for Araling Panlipunan, Dr. Saturnina de la Torre Abahon for Mathematics, Dr. Bilen Cuevas for English, and Dr. Josephine Lamayo Tumbok for Filipino. To everyone, a pleasant and safe morning. As the Chief of the Curriculum Implementation Division, it is my duty to be with you today for the opening of the second batch 3-day virtual orientation workshop on the preparation of activity worksheets, television, RBI materials for English, Science, Mathematics, Filipino, and Araling Palipunan. It's my pleasure also to acknowledge all proficient facilitators. They were introduced earlier by Dr. Bilen Cuevas and members of the training management for steering this 3-day webinar. To all the participants in 5 subjects who are joining this virtual room, thank you for always sharing your time with us despite your busy schedules. And as a matter of fact, supposedly you need to enjoy your break. Yet, it seems that vacation never happens due to so many demands from the Department of Education, accomplishing year-end reports, the LDM portfolio for and then at the same time preparing for the opening of classes for school year 2021-2022. So this virtual training is specifically designed for junior high school teachers to address difficulty in terms of producing worksheets and other instructional materials for junior high school students in accordance to the most essential competencies. As the COVID-19 pandemic necessitated the abrupt change of instructional delivery from face-to-face to distance and blended learning, we observed that some students made quick adjustments to embracing distance learning. Others, however, faced a more complicated path to learning. Students at present experience a wide range of challenges. Some attended interventions unable to cope up the requirements, while others had more intensive help in their studies. The present situation and the surge of new COVID variants give us so many uncertainties as to what will happen this year and how we are going to cope with the insurmountable challenges that we faced and are about to face in the continued delivery of basic education. We are still unsure of what the coming year will look like. There were myriad challenges last year which range from meeting DepEd's timelines to lack of engagement in which we all work diligently to overcome. We are all aware that this present situation forced you to become innovators, writers, researchers, broadcasters, directors, because we need to cope the demands of the Department of Education to continuously deliver basic education to our learners despite limited resources. We are very much aware that you were not trained to become writers, yet you are here now to be trained to become our local module developers for the sake of our learners. Some of you are not adept in using the technology because we are used to deliver instruction through face-to-face. But because of physical restrictions due to this COVID-19 crisis, we're forced to embrace the change. And some even became innovators. And technology cares most is how open, how adaptable, and how willing you are to think and act outside the normal zone. When you are in your comfort zone, it is but normal to feel contented and secured. So these two behaviors often cause us to close our doors to change and progress. We fear the discomfort that change will bring in our life. Fearing change is like disapproving progress and growth. And as such, it leads us to becoming obsolete in an ever-changing world. Or worse, we will be burdened by the changes of our world. So this convergence that we are holding is just one of the many changes that we need to face in this new normal. Being proficient in technology implies your readiness to embrace change, and being here in this virtual room would mean your eagerness or willingness to unlearn information overload, learn and be able to gain new insights, and relearn the many facets of erudition. It is then the goal of the Department of Education that every teacher will become not only efficient but also effective. So it is on this avenue that the Curriculum Implementation Division conducted series of virtual trainings, conferences, and seminars to prepare you for the opening of classes and improve or strengthen the craft of its mentor in school. We fully understand that everything rises and falls on the teacher's capability to bring learning at the heart of every student. Our division remains resilient and steadfast in the delivery of quality, accessible, and liberating education in adherence with its commitment to ensure unhampered delivery of basic education services to the learners. Amidst public health crisis due to this COVID-19 pandemic, it is imperative that teachers should acquire the totality of the information and qualities of each ability to teach, because that's the only way that we can help our parents. Please take note, our parents are not educators. That is why we are preparing you to provide full assistance to our parents. So if teachers would be able to implement good programs and provide the learners effective teaching learning situations through their parents and guardians, the success would be reflected in the desired changes in the students' behavior. Since seminars, workshops, and trainings are useful for the teachers, it is important to determine its effects on the trainees and even measure its effectiveness. And so the effectiveness of this virtual training that we are holding starting today can only be measured if the following objectives will be attained, such as enhance teachers' skills in the preparation of activity sheets and production, compilation of alternative delivery modes, self-learning modules, radio-based instructions, and television-based materials for quarters 1, 2, 3, and 4, in line with the most essential learning competencies of MELCs for Araling Panlipunan, Filipino, English, Science and Technology, and Mathematics for grades 7 to 10 learners. Produced a compilation of learning activity sheets and ADM materials specifically in 5 tools for 4 quarters to ensure quality teaching and assessment in distance learning. We expect that after this training, our area coordinators will be capacitated on their leadership skills of learning to fast track submission of reports and other related curriculum matters, and be able to create and upload through Google Drive the complete package of ADM materials and the activity sheets assigned to every participant. If the school wants to know the effectiveness of the training, there should be a complex evaluation and analysis to be done to evaluate the goal of the training. Because training is not just, our purpose is not just to conduct trainings, but what is important is for the trainings to be properly measured. Our purpose is not only to find out expected outputs are properly delivered, and if it is worth the expenses and worth to be cascaded at the school level so that all teachers will be fully capacitated. So to all of you, good luck, and I hope that you will deliver with passion and commitment the deliverables for the welfare of our students. Although we can't monitor you physically, but your outputs will determine your 100% attention and participation in this virtual convergence. Thank you, and once again, good morning.
Thank you, Chief Juliet, for giving the overview of this training. We are live both MS Teams and YouTube. Participants can watch freely with these 2 virtual platforms.
We do hope our participants today use their time effectively. We would like to remind the participants of Filipino, mathematics, and English to proceed immediately to your breakout sessions. Only science and Araling Palipunan participants will stay in the virtual platform.
This training will ensure you to go through its importance and will enhance skills in preparation of worksheets, modules, RBI, and TVBI materials.
This virtual training can be of great help to you to set up the teachers with further understanding of their craft. With this, I would like to introduce to you the Regional Education Program Supervisor in Araling Palipunan, Dr. Nelson Lasagas, for his message. Dr. Nelson Lasagas is not yet in the platform, inside the platform, so we'll now proceed with the session this morning. Our first slide. Now we will begin with the plenary session together with the science participants. We would like to call in our education program supervisor in Araling Palipunan, Dr. Alma Lapot Carbonilla, for the comprehensive sexuality education.
Our school's division superintendent, Ma'am Jacinto, Assistant School Superintendent, Sir Raymond, Sir Romeo Daligdig, Chief CID, Ma'am Joy, and of course, Sir Tardo, our school heads, Araling Panlipunan coordinators and science, coordinators and teachers, greetings of peace and prosperity. It's a very good COVID-free morning, everyone. Welcome to this topic, the comprehensive sexuality education. We expect that what is left in the platform are only Araling Panlipunan and science teachers. The rest of the three subjects, there were Filipino, science, Filipino, English, and math are now on the respective platforms with their education program supervisors. Let's start with what is comprehensive sexuality education is in our care. To further understand our roles and functions, may I request your undivided attention on this topic so we may be able to perform our job as teachers in Araling Panlipunan and Science. How important is this and how can we successfully integrate these concepts in our lessons? It lies in our hands. And helped by this training, we will be able to identify our roles and functions. Dili mag-move. This CSE training was conceptualized many years ago in response to the Personal Safety Lesson or PSL previously launched in our province by a non-government organization and this comprehensive sexuality education was echoed by the regional office sometime in April 2021 this year to our region, and we are all encouraged to radiate this to all schools. Hence, this division online orientation of subject coordinators and teachers of Araling Panlipunan and Science on the integration of comprehensive sexuality education, CSE, in the K-12 Basic Education Curriculum or BEC. Understanding comprehensive sexuality education. First, let us understand what is CSE, kaya walang kukurap. How do we define CSE? How did CSE emerge? How do we integrate CSE into the K-12 BEC and MELC? What is the direction of CSE? These are questions ahead that disturbs our mind. But to better understand these terms, let's consider answering those questions. How does it emerge? The International Conference on Population and Development have repeatedly called on governments to provide adolescents and young people with comprehensive sexuality education, and it emphasizes gender equality, power, and rights within the program. By its implementation, it is hoped to reduce the rates of sexually transmitted infections or diseases. And if I were to ask you, what do I know about sexuality education? Our young learners will get to understand that these are basic facts that should be attended to. These are facts of life that we should not avoid to discuss. Medyo nakakahiya, nakakatakot na pag-usapan, baka hindi pa kaya ng bata i-handle yung mga words and terms na pwede nating pag-usapan. But however, failure to do so may hamper the child's health, her future, their life in general. This is where we can play our role in protecting the children, the comprehensive sexuality education. Take note, CSE is curriculum-based process of teaching and learning about the cognitive, emotional, physical, and social aspects of sexuality. This is where we can play our role in protecting the children and young people from possible harm of unprotected sex and politically accurate? Is it age and developmentally appropriate or is it curriculum-based? Nasa curriculum ba yan? Baka nag-encroach tayo, hindi na tayo nag-follow doon sa desired learning competency we are supposed to take? Is it comprehensive? This is the answer. The CSE has underwent several studies already, researches, critical review and evaluation from our curriculum planners and experts. Hence, this became a law. This is scientifically accurate based on facts and evidence. This is age and developmentally appropriate. Tiningnan na yan kung saang grado pwede nang pag-usapan ang reproductive system ng babae. Kailan pwede nang pag-usapan ang parts of the body. Na hindi pwedeng nag-aral tayo sa mata, ilong, ears, mga kamay, pero kaligtaan natin sabihin this is the vagina. Kasi natatakot tayo, nakakahiya. Iniwan-iwanan siya, hindi ba siya parte ng katawan? Parte naman siya ng katawan, tulad lang ng ears. Bakit madali natin ibanggit na yung dalonggan ko, pero hindi natin kayang sabihin yung vagina ko? Yun yung nakakahirap, no? Or yung penis ko. Because that was culturally developed within our oldies na bawal siyang pag-usapan kay nakakahiya, nakakatakot, hindi pwede, bawal. No? It's a no-no to discuss these things with our children. But our DepEd says, kailangan para sila'y matuto, may alam, na kapag itong mga bagay na to ay nagalaw, pwede siyang mabuntis, magiging nanay na wala sa plano. This is curriculum-based kasi hinahanapan natin kung saan siya pwedeng maipasok sa curriculum. Hindi siya taught in isolation as a separate subject. Hindi siya taught in a separate time slot. But this is embedded, this is integrated in every possible discussion within our classrooms. Is this comprehensive? Yes, sexual and reproductive anatomy and physiology, puberty and menstruation, kailangan pag-usapan yan. Reproduction, pregnancy, and childbirth, STI, the sexually transmitted infection, including HIV and AIDS. Ladies and gentlemen, this is urgent. Hindi na pwedeng ipapabuhay. The risk is all around. Why the urgency ito implement CSE? Kailangan na siyang urgent. Kailangan na siyang ngayon na. Now na. Huwag na bukas. Because what is happening? There is an increasing early pregnancy. There is violence among young people and increasing incidence of HIV among our young people. And this is a challenge to our educators. Address the needs of the learners for health and protection through education. Provide comprehensive and appropriate information on sexuality and reproductive health, and provide learners with life skills to help them develop self-confidence, self-esteem, and enable them to deal with the complex changes happening in them during the adolescent stage. Di nila alam ang consequences pag nabuntis na sila eh. Si girls, the schooling will be abandoned. Nahihiya na siyang bumalik sa school, syempre, nabuntis. Ayaw na, kukutsuin siya ng kanyang mga classmates. So paano na ang future? Hanggang sa panganganak at panganganak na lang siya, he will be or she will become a liability. For boys naman, mahirap maging batang ama. Because the responsibility ahead of them in bringing up a family, that's a different task. That's a very huge task. Paano sila mabuhay? Hindi nila alam because walang nag-care na turuan sila sa ganyan. Nobody cares to discuss these things to them. Kaya nga, hindi din nila alam kung anong mangyayari ahead. With all these worries and uncertainties, the reasons why the birth of the CSE has come to play. Republic Act 10354 or Responsible Parenthood and Reproductive Health Law of 2012 tells us that the Department of Education is mandated to integrate age and development appropriate reproductive health education, which shall be taught by adequately trained teachers through the formal and non-formal educational systems. Be it formally or non-formally, kailangan nating ipasok yung mga konting bagay. Pag ang lesson is about love and affection towards the opposite sex, agad, kailangan si teacher adept to identify kung saan siya pwedeng pumasok para ma-hit kaagad yung target. Yes, we are attracted to the opposite sex. However, we must be responsible. We must be well knowledgeable what will happen in me, with me. Okay. Executive Order 12 series of 2017 ordered us that the Department of Education shall implement a gender-sensitive and rights-based comprehensive sexuality education. So, yung RA na nauna, dinagdagan ni executive order na nagiging law in 2017 telling us that the department shall implement this gender-sensitive, rights-based comprehensive sexuality education para integrated in the curriculum ang ating comprehensive sexuality education. Bakit kailangan makisawsaw tayo, paaralan din natin yung sexuality? Anong pakialam ni teacher? Let's lead to building the nation. Yung last word po doon ni Vision, contribute meaningfully to building the nation. Paano makapag-contribute yung bata na siya na ngayon ay isang batang ina? If mabuntis ng maaga, how can they contribute to building the nation? Baka wala na. Or hindi pa naman tapos ang laban. Hindi pa tapos yung race ng life, no? Pero nadadapa ka na naiwanan ka na ng milya-milya sa mga contender mo. Therefore, our mission as teachers is to facilitate learning and constantly nurture every learner that they should understand their physical developments. Hence, science teachers play this vital role, a primordial importance, especially to MAPE na maraming lessons si MAPE na pag-usapan ito. There is a separate training for MAPE and that is scheduled in September, last week of September, integrating again the CSE in MAPE in edukasyon sa pagpapakatao. Sila na naman yon, is separate training, same training with what we have conducted right now. This is our challenge and being challenged by our nanay. Yes, that is Nanay Liling, no? Our white-haired, intellectual personality, an icon of the Department of Education, who kept us to respond to this national directive, that we are responding this to the directive of the President. Even the President, siya mismo yung nagsabi, to strengthen and enrich further the curriculum reforms on anti-illegal drugs and reproductive health and disaster preparedness by strengthening the drug education components in science and health by providing real-life lessons via alternative learning methods starting in grade 4. Pero si CSE sabi, kindergarten, hindi lang sa grade 4. Kasi si drugs yon ang sa grade 4. But si CSE, pinag-usapan na yan starting from kindergarten to grade 12. Okay. What are the policy guidelines on the implementation of this CSE? This is the guidelines. These are the policy guidelines given by the Department of Education to us. And let us read the scope. This policy shall apply to all learners of public and private elementary, secondary, junior, and senior high school and learning centers for special education and alternative learning system, or the ALS, laboratory schools, and even state universities and colleges, SUCs, and local universities and colleges. We are even involving the indigenous learning systems, ng ating mga IPs, the madrasa program, to integrate this comprehensive sexuality education. Pero we just be very extra careful, especially with the madrasa program. Napaka-sensitive sila, kaya very carefully discuss these critical issues with our learners. This is the picture of the core contents of the curriculum support system. Sa baba, kayo yon, mga guro, mga IT, ang assessment, tumutulong yan towards achieving the core contents in the framework. The 7 domains, bigger please. Bigger, hindi ko na makita. The 7 domains, hindi ko na mabasa. The human body, hindi ko na mabasa. Human body and human preparedness. Big na lang. Okay. The 7 components, which is the human body and human development, preschool, and values. Of course, values, kailangan yan. The 7 concepts. Healthy relationships. Kapag nagka-boyfriend, nakatakot na kaagad. Baka once na nag-boyfriend, buntis kaagad ang pinag-uusapan. Sexuality and sexual behaviors. Paano ako mag-behave kapag nandyan na sa harap ko ang crush ko? Pausapan nyo yan kasi we've been there. No? Baka hindi ka na mapalagay, tatakbo na yung bata. Kasi kulang nga. Wala yan. Ito yung mga life skills eh. Hindi yan tinuturo. Touches. Kung si sir umakbay sa'yo, sabihin mo sa bata, pag si sir umakbay pero umabot doon sa suso, hindi natatakot si bata na sabihin, huwag sir, kasi afraid of getting low grades. Pabayaan ko na lang ba? Ito yung i-develop natin sa bata that she should be able to say no to types of abuses. Any types of abuse. Because in personal safety lesson, we say there is so-called grooming stage. Ginugroom ng lalaki yung bata until such time na may utang na loob na siya doon sa tao. Kapag inakbayan siya at hinawakan na yung kanyang suso, hindi na siya mag-say no kasi afraid na ma-remove yung mga binibigay-bigay ng taong yun. Ballpen, pwedeng bigyan kasi ni sir eh. Ballpen, candy, wala yun sa kanya. Mga chocolates. And then, kapag inakbayan siya ni sir, hindi na siya pwedeng makapagsabi ng no. Kasi afraid na wala na yung mga luxurious things na binigay ni sir sa kanya. We call it the grooming stage na ginugroom pa ng lalaki yung babae para mapasa kanya. Pag-usapan niyo yun para yung bata kapag nagsimula na si sir na magbigay ng 5 pesos sa bata, sabihin na ng bata, baka grooming stage na to, ayoko sir. Bibigyan ng 10 pesos para pumunta sa office niya. Dapat alam na ni bata na, hindi ako pwedeng magpunta dyan, ako lang. Dapat may kasama ako. O kaya sabihin, sir, wag. No, yun, talagang magsabing, wag po sir. These are our responsibility. And for all you know, you might be able to save not just our learners' future, but your niece's future, but might be your very own children that you have rescued. Or kung hindi mo nasabi to, hindi mo na ituro, it might be your own children that would become the victim of these abuses. My dear teachers, this framework is hoped to develop a learned, empowered, and engaged Filipino with the 21st century skills. Do not be misconstrued me if I say na doon lang muna tayo sa babae nagsasabi na may abuses. Pwede din si lalaki, especially kapag bakla yung teacher or kaya yung principal. Sasabihin niyo yung batang gwapo or makisig. Dong, tanggalan mo ako ng uban, o yun, regular na nangyayari, o ito yung baon mo, sa isang batang lalaki. Then yung batang lalaki are vulnerable to this kind of grooming, no, yung binugroom niya, kung pain, kung ba sabihin natin, no, yung pain, natatakot naman siya na ma-remove yung kanyang mga allowances. Sige na lang, sige nga sir, bahala na si Batman. Dito tayo magtrabaho, mga kaguro, sa science and araling panlipunan. Comprehensive sexuality education goal, of course, to provide a clear, consistent, and evidence-based guidance on the essential minimum core content for sexuality education in the K-12 basic education. To provide our learners from kindergarten to grade 12 with age and development appropriate culturally relevant approach to teaching about sexuality and relationships by providing scientifically accurate, realistic, non-judgmental information. And this is intended to prevent unhealthy consequences such as teen pregnancy, sexually transmitted infections, and transmission of human immunodeficiency virus, among others. Aims of the CSE, okay? Enhance the overall wellness of the Filipino adolescents. Lahat. Yung wellness niya physically, kasi pag nabuntis na, 15 years old pa lang, instead na nagbo-bloom pa siya into a very beautiful flower, accidentally a certain person picked him. Untimely picking of that beautiful flower, just starting to bloom. Nawawala na kanyang ganda. Sana mag-develop pa siya kasi hindi pa fully mature yung kanyang physical attributes, hindi pa physically bloom yung kanyang pagkatao, pero she is now taking care of another person. She is now trying to develop and groom another tao in her life. Napabayaan na, wala na, nalustay na kaagad. Naglusyang na kaagad yung bata. Yung anak mo naman na lalaki na nakapag-asawa at 15 or 16 years old, wala na, naging tatay na kaagad yung itsura. Physically, mature na siya at a very young age. Kung mature nga, kung yung physical figure lang yung nag-mature, pero emotionally wala pa, intellectually wala pa. And of course, it will promote healthy and responsible sexual and social behavior among our adolescents. Okay. Develop mature and responsible children and young adolescents imbued with desirable health values, which can assist them in making rational decisions. What are these rational decisions? Kapag sinabihan ba siya ng kanyang principal na risky for me, uy, grooming na to. Sinabi ni ma'am, kapag may paiwan-iwan na yan, na ako lang, hindi na yan pwede. And if we fail to do this, to share this to our young learners, baka in time, i-blame natin yung sarili. Nagigilty tayo. Hindi ko nasabihan ng mga batang yan. And we will give you all these files. Don't worry. During your LAC sessions, please include the CSE as a main topic in one of your school LACs. Because you are saving lives. Our policy statement. This policy will guide administrators and educators to be reflective, flexible, creative, and innovative in their facilitation of the teaching and learning process. And further, this will institutionalize CSE. Institutionalize. Keep it as a formal activity, a normal upbringing. It will just come in your mind kapag nakahanap mo na to. Institutionalizing it, it will become a formal and regular activity of our department. And making it an integral part of lesson in our day-to-day activity. Look at the duties and responsibilities of our different offices. The central office, of course, are the planners. Lahat ng mga policies, they are policy planners policy implementing bodies. The policy makers, sila yung gumagawa ng law, and having seen that the PSL is effective in 2014, 15, 16, nabuo si CSE in 2017. Inspired by that PSL non-government organization activity. Of course, si Central Office gumawa ng mga training, national trainings. After the national training, the Bureau of Learner Support System gumawa ng mga support and health services to this PCSE program. Those health kits, mga brochures, mga module, integrating our CSE. The regional office, of course, will adapt, institutionalize, and contextualize the national CSE policy and framework and its implementation mechanisms. So, from the central office, itinapon niya kay region. Then, si region naman, ibabato na naman sa atin, the division office. Pero dalawa ang magre-respond. First, si SGOD. Si SGOD will ensure the implementation of the CSE policy and framework. So, tutukan yan ni SGOD. Hanapin niyo si SGOD, nagmo-monitoring ba sila in the implementation of this CSE? Kung mag-ikot man ang mga supervisors sa CID, yes, hinanap namin yan, pero much of the weight of the burden is placed on the SGOD. They will ensure inclusion of CSE programs and projects in the DEDP kasi sila ang gumagawa sa DEDP. They will make sure na pasok si CSE and initiate programs, CSE-related researches, and information, education, dissemination in media platforms. Let's look at web CID. Anong trabaho ni CID? Hindi CSE. Si CID naman, kami po yon sa education, sa academics. No? Will conduct trainings for school heads, teacher coordinators, district supervisors, and across learning areas in coordination with the SGOD. Dapat in tandem sana ito with SGOD, kaya lang busy din si SGOD. Kaya nga yung mga certificates, mahuhuli, kaya yung link, nahuhuli, kami nang yung gumagawa, kasi meron din naman silang ginagawa. Now, let's just understand na nag-overlapping yung mga activity ni SGOD. Kasi si SGOD ang dapat gagawa ng training, si HR, no? Katrabaho to ni HR. Kami tawagin nila lang na, ma'am, kayo yung speaker. Kami silang gagawa ng mga links, silang gagawa ng mga certificates, silang gagawa ng mga evaluation links. Kaya, sorry if may mga delay in the evaluation links. We will also lead in the development of contextualized CSE learning resources. Sa school, kayo na ito. You will implement the CSE programs and projects through curriculum integration across learning areas, information dissemination advocacy campaigns, networking, and partnerships. And take note, you are going to include CSE programs and projects in your school improvement plan. Kung wala dito si school head, pakisabi kay Araling Panlipunan ng science coordinators, sa kayo yung magsasabi, sir, ipasok mo please ang CSE. Kailangan siyang may pasok sa SIP, mabigyan ng budget. If it is a training, if it's a LAC, if it's a brochure or materials reproduction, dapat pasok si CSE program in your LAC plans. Okay? Kayo din po yung mag-initiate ng conduct CSE-related classroom action researches. And of course, utilize the contextualized CSE learning resource. May ipamigay po na CSE learning resources from the Bureau of Learning Development Resources, BLRC. Ang tingnan natin yan sa ating LRMDC. And will include CSE in the conduct of school learning action cells or ISLAC sessions ninyo. Yun ang sinabi ko kanina. Now, the role of teachers, kayo, paliit na ng paliit. Kanina, central office, baba hanggang sa school. What about the teachers? We are the main implementers of the CSE curriculum. Kung baga sa sundalo, kayo yung nasa forefront ng labanan. Kayo yung mga army na nasa pinakaharap, the forefront of the battle. Kami po yung mga support staff lang. Pero kung baga kami yung mga major, nasa likod kami. Back up. Whatever failure that will happen on the front, but it will replicate. Magdo-domino effect yan. Yung impact doon, affected kami, pero kayo talaga yung nasa sundalo na nasa gera ng labanan. Kayo yun. Role of health providers, of course, counseling, referrals to other services, and may role din si parents. Increase parent-to-child communication about sexuality. Sabihin nyo din si nanay, huwag sabihin na, yun na nga, bird, yun, flower, o may pusa, may ano ba yun, kung ano-ano yun, may pusa ka iniipit, huwag mga ganyan, no? tell the right word to the children, including the parent. So may parent involvement kasi baka awayin kayo. Ma'am, nga, bakit kayo nagbastusan dyan sa classroom niyo? Before nyo man ito sasabihin, dapat i-inform nyo muna si parents, aawayin kayo. Bastos yung paaralang yun eh. Lilipat ko na yung anak ko. Pinag-aralan ba naman yung mga sensitive parts ng katawan ng anak ko? Oo. Importante no muna yung kausapin yung parents during PTA meetings. Otherwise, magdadala yun ng kanyang mga gulok, no? Sharpen gulok niya na taga yung ulo natin pagkatapos, especially dun sa Muslim areas. Careful talaga tayo. Kausapin muna yung mga nanay at tatay. Okay, let's look at comprehensive sexuality education in a nutshell. Nasa gitna yung lahat ng kindergarten, araling panlipunan, MAPE, science, edukasyon sa pagpapakatao at personality development. Si personality development, pasok yan sa grades 11 and 12. Ayun, yung subject niya. And then, let's look at the entry points of comprehensive sexuality education standards. MAPE has a total competency of 110. Kasi 5 subjects naman siya. Music, arts, PE, health. 4 no subjects. Kaya 110 competency meron siya na posibleng mag-integrate ng CSE. Si Araling Panlipunan, 23 competencies lang. 10 sa grade 1, 2 sa grade 2. Wala sa grade 3 and grade 4. O yun, tingnan nyo yan ha. Grade 5, may 2. May 2 pwedeng pasukan na competency. Let's look at science. Si science will only start with grade 5. Kasi doon ang rep body, sexual reproductive organs sa grade 5 na lesson na yon. 2 lang. So, hanapin lang ni principal o kaya kayo na coordinator. Sir, saan yung 2 na to? Hanapin ko na muna para siguraduhin ko na sure na nailuklok yung aming CSE concepts. Baka nakaligtaan. 2 lesson lang naman yon. Sa grade 6, 2. Isa sa grade 7, isa sa grade 8. 2 sa grade 9 at grade 10. Look at kindergarten. Lahat. 16 items lang sila. And personality development for grades 11 and 12, 25 competency ang pwedeng pasukan. Pinakamarami nga si MAPE, no? Take note of that. Integration of CSE through life skills in the basic education curriculum. Ito ang life skill. You are trying to develop the life skill of the bata to say no to all forms of abuses. The child should be able to identify na inabuso na ako. O baka sabihin pa rin niya, ay hindi pa to pang-aabuso. Ay nako, sobra na to. Hindi na to tama. Sir, tama na. Sobra na yan. Pwedeng sabihin niya ganyan. Huh? Kasi all of us are victims of abuses. Bakit? Naabuso yung mga ano na, yung nanay at tatay, mag-asawa na. You started with grooming stage of your husbands. Dinalahan-dalahan ng bulaklak, yan. Kaya nga tayo na may nauto. O yun. Pero hindi naman abuse dahil gusto nyo na din. Okay. Premise of integration. The process of integration is not just a matter of identifying entry points in the curriculum or has been the traditional practice, but it means looking at the concepts of HIV or AIDS as integral to the curriculum. Matagal na yan yung issue ng HIV and AIDS, no? Pero okay lang yun, maiwasan kapag no sex. Pero si virus ngayon, kahit no talk na, kailangan no talk. Wala na tayong usapan, wala na pag-uusapan. No eat, no? O bawal kumain para lang maiwasan si virus ngayon. Buti na lang si HIV. Kaya hindi ka nakalapit, walang sex, walang nangyayari na blood transfer. Wala naman yan. The integration, therefore, does not mean infusion of concept from the outside in, but spacing from the inside out that which is considered integral or a natural part of the curriculum. Gawin nating natural yung pagpasok ng ating integration. Why integrate? Because we need to find ways and means to come into the slated hours of a subject area. Because we are not slated to a separate time. Walang time frame. Separate for CSE. Kailangan lang siyang i-integrate. Integrative teaching provides connections among subject areas so that students can better edukasyon sa pagpapakatao. And personality development, paano ba ko mag-develop? Kaya nga, kailangan yung attraction, yung mga ganung bagay, it will form a network. No? It will form a knitted way. So therefore, connecting all these things, magiging integral yung learning ng bata to protect herself. Integrative teaching can help teachers surmount the problem of the overcrowded curriculum. Huwag naman sabihin, ma'am, pwede akong gawa talaga ng 30-minute period for CSE. Hindi pwede, overcrowded na si curriculum. Hindi pwede yung i-retain yung bata for more than another 30 minutes na nagstay siya, boring na yon sa kanya. Yung attention span, nawawala na. Kailangan niya ng umuwi at maglaro. Yun. Life skills. Ano ba life skill? The abilities to adaptive and positive behavior that enable individuals to deal effectively with the demands and challenges of everyday life. Everyday life. Kapag nasusunog na ba yung sinain mo, anong gagawin mo? Off ka agad. Hindi na yan naituro sa English. Nobody teaches the child to do these things. If si sir nag-stop sa kanyang car and invited you to take a ride, mag-joyride kayo, hindi yan. Wala yan. Hindi yan tinuturo sa English, Filipino, or science. Walang lesson. But in CSE, it will teach them these life skills. Okay? Ayun, yung core life skills. Empathy, paano ka mag-feel kung nasaktan yung kapatid mo, yung kaibigan mo, paano ka mag-empathize? Putting yourself in the shoe of the other person. That is empathy. No? While effective communication, paano ka nakipag-usap? Those life skills are embedded across learning areas, but self-awareness can be possibly or effectively integrated in our CSE. Okay? Critical thinking, creative thinking, problem solving. Anong gagawin mo kapag nawawala ka sa daan? Nawawala ka sa ruta? Balikan mo yung notebook mo. May ituro ba si teacher? Ganito? Anong gagawin ko pag lumampas ako sa lugar na dapat kong babaan, nasa jeep? Anong tinuturo ni sir? Wala naman eh. These are life skills, kaagad, mahugot ng bata. Okay. Life and skill scope and sequence chart. Tingnan natin. These are the following themes. No? Year 1, from ages 5 to 6, self-awareness, who am I? No? Sino ba ako? Yun. Nasa grade 1 yan eh. Communication, I say hello and yes or no. Pag sinabihan ka ng sir na, hi anak, yes sir. Come to my office on mamaya after class. No sir, I cannot. Oh. Equip ba yung bata? Capacitated ba ang bata mo? Sino? Baka nahihiya. Mag-sino? Yes sir, punta ako. Kahit bawal. Pero pag sinabi mong bawal yan ha, bawal magpunta doon, yung nanay niya, nakalimutan sabihin na bawal yung mga ganyan, magpapahuli sa pag-uwi. Tayo, hindi natin nakalimutan. Abuse and safety yung skill na dapat i-develop. Empathy, how to show I care. If namatayan ng kapatid yung bata, kailangan mo ba siyang ihag ng mahigpit? Take note, ito lang yung isipin nyo. Any action of the opposite sex that the child feels uncomfortable, that is already an abuse. Pero if the child is comfortable with that kind of act, halimbawa, inakbayan ka lang, tinapik yung shoulder mo to comfort, for losing a parent or whatever, hindi naman yun uncomfortable act of empathizing. Pero if nag-change tayo, hindi na normal yung inipit ka na, yung you are asked to sleep with him in the house, hindi na yun tama. Yun, please take charge of this. These are sensitive parts of being a teacher. These are critical incidents na dapat tingnan ng isang guro. Sample integration of comprehensive sexuality education. Tingnan natin yung sample integration. Ayan. In the kindergarten, ganyan, physical health and motor development. Pangangalaga sa sariling kalusugan at kaligtasan, yan. Basahin nyo na yan doon sa inyo ang lock, no? Integration of the first grading, ang bata ay nagkaroon ng pag-unawa sa sariling ugali at damdamin. Okay. For the fourth quarter, doon din mapasok. The learners demonstrate understanding of safe and responsible behavior to lessen the risk and prevent injuries in the day-to-day living. Di ba dalawa lang yon sa kindergarten? Itong grade 1. Okay, sa grade 8, ganyan. Ito rin, teenage concerns, identity crisis, sexual identity, and sexual behavior. Yung identity crisis na yan, ako ay babae. Bakit ako palaging nakabuntot ng buntot sa tatay ko? Saan ba ako dapat close? Importante ito, no? There were times somewhere at age 7 or 8, yung grade 7 or grade 8, yung bata is in doubt. Ano ba talaga ako? And this is critical na kapag yung anak niyo or yung pamangkin niyo always na nakabuntot sa tatay, babae siya, there is a tendency na mag-idol siya sa mga kilos lalaki, sa mga gamit panlalaki. Kaya nga identity crisis. She has to ascertain, saan ba talaga ako? Kaya nga dapat umiwas na siya sa tatay niya at doon na siya mag-idol sa mga gawa ng nanay. Kasi in the event na hindi yun na-stop, doon na siya palaging nag-appreciate sa suot ng tatay, doon na siya nag-appreciate sa mga gawa ni tatay, magiging buwis na yung anak niyo. And kung lalaki naman, always nakabuntot sa nanay, identity crisis siya. Kapag hindi siya makapag-recover dyan, kabaligtaran sa mundo ang mangyayari sa kanya. Okay. And then, integration sa ARPAN. Dito pag-usapan natin si ARPAN. Pagkilala sa kasapi ng pamilya. Ito, si tatay ko to. Ito yung sinabi ko sa inyo. Si tatay ay marunong sa gawaing pagdadrive. Yun. Na-appreciate ko yun. Pero, kilos tatay siya. Kilos na makisig. Damit pang lalaki. Ayun. Pag-usapan nyo yun habang dinidevelop nyo sa grade 1 pa lang na si tatay, kahit love na love mo siya, bawal ng mga ganito. Ayun. Sa grade 10 naman, sample lesson plan yan. And there are more examples that you will be able to discuss as you try to find out the lesson competencies that can be integrated as per number of competencies identified for effective integration of Araling Panlipunan to CSE or CSE to Araling Panlipunan and Science. Edukasyon sa pagpapakatao, and of course grade 7 and 8. Ways forward, these are our policy and researches, sample researches, and our curriculum is a CSE curriculum. Our purpose is to totally train our teachers by 20 to 2024. Lahat na ng teachers are trained on the CSE. Kapag nag-iikot ako sa lahat ng quality, sisingilin ko na kayo kung nakapag-CSE na kayo kasi yun yung ating target. From 2020 to 2024, all the teachers are trained on the CSE. It may not be a district face-to-face training, but a school LAC can do. A school LAC, virtual LAC may do. Okay? Learners, teachers, and parents materials. You, of course, magda-download kayo ng yung reproductive health, yung adolescent reproductive health. Meron yan, mababasa yan. Mada-download nyo yan. And then, ano pa? Monitoring and evaluation, si SJUD yan. Trabaho na yan ni SJUD. Imo-monitor closely kung nandyan na kayo, in place na ang CSE with other subject areas identified. Si School Health, of course, mag-provide ng menu of the school health initiatives together with the BLSS. Ano naman yung advocacy and partnership? Yan, makikipag-partner tayo. The Bureau of Learning Delivery, the NAEAP, the National Educators Academy of the Philippines will have in contact with our trainers to hopefully capacitate our teachers. Mga kapatid, CSE is in our hands. The future of the youth and of the country lies on how the adult population takes cognizance of the problems that beset the youth. How the youth takes responsibility of their own development and together work on how the young people can emerge winners from these threats. This is our belief that kaya natin to, that we are winners because we have done our share. If you think in terms of a year, plant a seed. If you think in terms of 10 years, plant a tree. But if you think in terms of 100 years, centennial years, you are to educate our youth. Ladies and gentlemen, our appeal to you to implement CSA so that we will be able to rescue our youth. Good morning, magandang buhay sa ating lahat.
Thank you, Dr. Alma Carbonilla.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, to continue with the comprehensive sexuality education, let us welcome the District Coordinator of Tambulig 1, Mr. Asia Filipinongo, for the discussion.
Zamboanga del Sur Division, one of the largest divisions in Zamboanga Peninsula, has been the forefront of innovation and exemplary services even amidst the challenges posed by this pandemic. Led by its schools division superintendent Dr. Maharani Jacinto, and through its more or less 10,000 personnel, it has remained dedicated in its pursuit for excellence and its mandate of ensuring the delivery of quality basic education to its learners. With a strong partnership with the local government and various community sectors, this division was able to engage in both curricular and extracurricular endeavors, such as the Atab a Barangay Bayanihan project. With the production of self-learning modules, the division also conducted a unified and simultaneous orientation to its parents. Signifying the laudable leadership, SDS Jacinto also led the monitoring of Glab Elementary School, a last mile and IPED school in the province. With their limited resources, Principal Joel Arnejo and the teachers of Glab Elementary School also featured their program, Tingog sa Kawanangan. This division also has a weekly radio program named Ang Takna sa DepEd. Another school also recently implemented the Walkie-Talkie project. Finally, with applications pouring in, an online orientation using Microsoft Teams Live was conducted last March 8, 2021. These are just some of the best practices implemented by Zamboanga del Sur Division for school year 2020-2021.
Good morning, dear participants. Magandang buhay aking mga kaguro sa dibisyon ng Zamboanga del Sur. We have heard of the first topic about comprehensive sexuality education, the basics by Dr. Alma Carbonilla. At this point in time, we will talk about the comprehensive sexuality education primer for parents and guardians, a teaching resource for school-based orientation session on CSE for parents and guardians of grade 7 to 10 learners. I am pretty sure that some of you here or most of us are already familiar with the comprehensive sexuality education. Now, let us try to look the implementation of comprehensive sexuality education into the perspective of the adolescents. We know for the fact that at this age bracket, the adolescents are more of an explorer of their identities and their sexuality, and they mostly exhibit aggressive personalities when it comes to dealing with their sexual behaviors. In this session, we will be discussing about addressing common myths, misconceptions about puberty and human reproduction. Specifically, we will play a game about fact or bluff, processing and reflection, input and discussion on what is CSE, deepening on the ABCs of teenage pregnancy, and the synthesis. Before anything else, let us play a game.
This game is called Celebrity Bluff. For those who are fond of watching television game shows, I know you are familiar with this game. However, to those participants who haven't heard about this game, I will give you the mechanics. Since we are on the online platform, our venue would be the chat box to those participants who are inside the Microsoft Teams meeting. And to those who are watching in our YouTube Live, you can have your answers on the comment sections. Once again, in order to participate, I would like to encourage everyone to type in your answers on the chat box for the participants inside the meeting and in the comment section for the participants watching in the YouTube Live. All you have to do is to type in the word fact, F-A-C-T, if you think the statement that I am going to read is true or it expresses a true notion. Otherwise, type in the word bluff, B-L-U-F-F, if you think the statement is false. I will give you imaginary 3 counts. I think that's enough for you to comment or type in your answers on the chat box or in the comment section. So everyone is invited to join and you are welcome to participate. So I encourage also to take down your scores so that we can assess how far you've got regarding this topic. Let us start. Are you ready? Okay. So let's start with statement number 1. Kapag may regla ang babae, hindi siya pwedeng tumakbo o mag-exercise. Fact or bluff? You can now type in your answers on the chat box, and to those who are watching in the YouTube Live, type in your answers on the comment section. 3, 2, 1. Okay, the correct answer is bluff. Why is that so? During a female's period, she can actually do anything she normally does, and exercise can help her reduce cramps and improve her mood. So, okay lang na mag-exercise yung ating mga kababaihan kahit nasa kanilang period sila. Okay, next statement. Hindi pwedeng maligo kapag may regla. Fact or bluff? Type in now your answers. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Okay, the correct answer is bluff. So, why? Teens need to shower even more as a result of puberty, especially during her period. They need to pay extra attention to their bathing routine during their period. Not just their comfort, not just for their comfort, but also for their hygiene routine. So if they want to go swimming, it's okay at unless or if they have that menstrual cups or tampons. So it's okay to take a bath at maglinis. In fact na dapat mas maging malinis at mas maging maingat yung ating mga kababaihan during this period kasi mas maraming waste ang lumalabas sa ating katawan. No, mas maging malinis dapat. Okay? Next statement. Ang ari ng lalaki ay may buto, kaya ito lumalaki. Fact or bluff? Okay? Type in your answers. This is quite interesting. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, time's up. The correct answer is bluff. So even though we sometimes call an erect penis a boner, the penis has no bone in it. So you might ask, what is the reason why there is an erection? So the rush of blood into the penis causes an erection. It's not the bone. Okay? Next statement. Normal lang ang pagkakaroon ng wet dreams. Fact or bluff? 3, 2, 1. Okay. The The correct answer is fact. So this is completely natural. So the wet dreams is also called nocturnal emissions. While wet dreams are typically associated with adolescent boys, they are actually a common experience for both sexes, especially during the period of puberty through adulthood. Wet dreams happen when a person orgasms involuntarily while the person is sleeping because of a dream, which may or may not be erotic. So, wet dreams are just normal. So, it's okay. Huwag kayong mahiya if magkakaroon kayo ng wet dreams. Next statement. May 20 million sperm cells sa isang kutsaritang similya. Fact or bluff? Type in now your answers kung binilang nyo ba talaga yung sperm cells. Okay, 3, 2, 1. The correct answer is fact. No? Sperm count actually vary from about 20 to 100 million sperm cells per ejaculation. Healthy males produce 1.5 milliliters to 5 milliliters of semen each time they ejaculate. It takes only one sperm to fertilize an egg. That's a race. Now imagine from about 100 million, only one sperm can fertilize an egg. Next statement. Hindi ka mabubuntis kung first time mong makipag-sex. Fact or bluff? 3, 2, 1. Okay, the correct answer is bluff. A female can get pregnant anytime she has sex without reliable birth control. Sperm survives up to 5 days inside the female body and ovulation can happen during this period. There is always a chance the sperms and egg will get together. A sexually active couple, a male and a female, if you don't want to get pregnant, you should always use reliable birth control. 1. All right, the correct answer is bluff. Male and female reproductive organs are literally designed to get semen in there and keep it in there. Physical activities, any physical activities, kahit tumalon or tumambling ka, won't get the semen out and prevent pregnancy. So there is always a chance of getting pregnant once you have sex. Okay, so there we have it. Thank you for your very active participation. Now let me ask your score. You may type in your scores on the chat box, whether you got 7 out of 7 or below that, so we may know what's your score. All right, I would like to congratulate those participants who scored 7 out of 7. You know well how to look over or scrutinize your sources of information on which to believe in. On the other hand, to those who scored low, try to reflect. Are you still living in reality or you are believing in fallacy? Okay, so when it comes to sexual health, there are a lot of myths and fallacies out there. Whether we heard it from a friend or we have read it from a website or a rumor about sexual health, this can all come with some serious consequences. So sexuality is one of the most sensitive topics to be discussed, especially to the adolescents, to our students in grade 7 to 10. Ages of aggressiveness and they are sexually active. Fake news are widely spreading in social media, even in our or even at home. So it is very important that our young generation are taught with the right methods and factual information with regards to dealing with their sexuality. They should be properly guided with what to believe, and they should know when, where, and how to filter informations they heard from their peers or from their families or in school or in media. And one of the solution of this is the so-called comprehensive sexuality education. DepEd is committed to provide and protect the rights of Filipino learners to good education and improved health to help Filipino learners complete basic education without the burden of their health concerns. It also recognizes the roles and responsibilities of the school system to give learners the right to good health by leading the implementation of the Comprehensive Sexuality Education or the CSE. This CSE is anchored on the DepEd Order number 31 series of 2018 or also known as the Policy Guidelines on the Implementation of the Comprehensive Sexuality Education. So what is the CSE? I know Dr. Carbonilla already introduced to you the basics earlier. Just to emphasize, CSE is a curriculum-based process of teaching and learning about the cognitive, emotional, physical, and social aspects of sexuality. So when we talk about sexuality, it is always connected with our cognitive development, emotional, physical, and social development. It helps us develop our way of thinking, dealing with our feelings and behaviors, and understanding also the physical and physiological changes that happen during our puberty. And this also stimulates harmonious relationship towards others. So what are the CSE objectives? It aims to equip children and young people with knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values that will empower to realize their health, well-being, and dignity, develop respectful social and sexual relationships, consider how their choices affect their own well-being and that of others, and understand and ensure protection of their rights throughout their lives. So the current situation of increasing early pregnancies, the violence and increasing incidence of HIV among the young Filipinos has actually brought attention to the need to equip our young people the correct information and appropriate life skills that would enable them to make responsible decision making, no, and respectful behavior that will protect their health, their well-being, and dignity as a person. So in order to effectively address these needs of the learners for health and protection through education, there we have the CSE, because it is designed to ensure that the learners are receiving comprehensive and appropriate information that can advance gender equality and empowerment. CSE has been shown to increase learners' knowledge, clarify their values and attitudes, and develop their skills to reduce risk related to poor health outcomes and achieve the full potential of our young people. Okay, so what are these CSE key concepts? We have these key concepts because these are the core topics and subtopics integrated in our curriculum guide where we can integrate the CSE to our lessons. And here are some of those topics. First, we have human body and human development. So for I know that we have here with us the Araling Panlipunan teachers and the science teachers. So there are specific topics in human body and human development like the sexual and reproductive body, the puberty and the reproduction, and of course the adolescence. So next we have personhood and values. Actually, values can be integrated in all learning areas. It is very important that our lesson are integrated with values and life skills, how they develop their whole being as a person. So lahat ng mga subject area dapat na-integrate natin ang personality and values ng ating mga kabataang Pinoy. Healthy relationships. So these healthy relationships could always help them, no? Their development of the relationship with their family, their friendship, their romantic relationship, nandito yan sa subject, pwede rin nasa Araling Panlipunan at sa ESE. For sexuality and sexual behaviors, nasa MAPE, no? So MAPE teacher, sexuality, the sexual life, the sex and the sexual behaviors, mas mabuting mas maintindihan nila ang kanilang different sexual behaviors, and the reproductive health. So in MAPE, may mga specifically in health, the topic about reproductive health, the consequences of early pregnancy and STIs and the HIV and the AIDS, the consequences of having those diseases are also reiterated and emphasized in MAPE. Personal safety and yes, in personal safety, we have this on personality development in senior high school, their privacy, their dealing with gender-based violence and bullying. So dapat alam nila yon. And lastly, we have gender, culture, and human rights. In Araling Panlipunan 10, there are specific topic there that talks about their human rights, the gender equality, and the media. Okay. So this CSE in K-12 basic education curriculum, as what I've said earlier, are integrated in many subjects. But in general, these are the subjects that are most or commonly integrating CSE in their class. For example, we have the Araling Panlipunan, the MAPE, Science, ESP or Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao, Personality Development in senior high school, and even in kindergarten. So kasali dito ang kindergarten, dapat as early as their first stage in schooling, alam na nila dapat yung kanilang sexuality or sexual development as a person. Okay, so the curriculum would be impossible. This CSE curriculum would not be possible without the following group of people who play crucial roles in implementing the CSE. First, we have the role of the teachers. They are the main implementers of this curriculum. So we should serve as be the role model as teachers, and we have to be the credible sources of information for our students, and their families. Teachers by mandate have to implement the CSE. That's why we have here today listening for this training, because this is one way of exercising our role as an implementer on the success of this comprehensive sexuality education. Next, we have the role of the health providers. So they provide health information and counseling. So our health providers can also have partnership with the Sangguniang Kabataan to provide or implement or initiate activities, youth building activities or capacity building activities for them to be diverted from engaging into sexual activities, for them to explore their talents rather than being influenced by negative surroundings. Okay, so next we have the role of parents, guardians, and families. So it is in the family where there is an increased parent and child communication about sexuality. It should be in the family where there is an open and comfortable dialogue about sexuality or sexual related issues. We know that family is the basic unit of society, so it should be in the family where we correct those perspectives about sexuality. So parents and guardians must educate themselves also. The promotion of safety and well-being of the children or the youth basically originated in our family. Dapat kung ano yung right na terminologies na ginagamit, ituro na siya sa family pa lang bago pa malaman yung right terminologies sa school. So dapat mag-coincide yung mga information from family to school to avoid confusions. So teen pregnancy. In CSE, one of the leading topics which is needed to be addressed is the teen pregnancy. This is one of the reasons why we have rapid growth of population. This is a problem. The teen pregnancy is actually a problem because it has effects to both parents, to the mother and the child. They are greatly affected with this. According to 2017 National Demographic and Health Survey, there are 1 out of 10 Filipino women aged 15 to 19 who have begun bearing a child. And with that, they are robbed with their opportunity to enjoy enjoy adolescenthood because they already have that responsibility to start building another life by bearing a child. So, how to prevent this teen pregnancy? How can the parents and guardians help their children avoid teen pregnancy? So we have these ABCs of teen pregnancy prevention. As you can see on the illustration, we have their kapit kamay, empowering the youth to make informed choices. So what have you noticed? There are four hands actually in there. So it is a collaborative effort. It is a combination of efforts from the parents, from our health providers, from parents, and from the community around those adolescents, those young people to educate about the consequences of teen pregnancy. And what are these ABCs of teen pregnancy? Let's start with letter A. Letter A stands for abstain from sex. So abstinence is the simplest form of birth control. It protects people against sexually transmitted diseases. No sex, of course, there would be no pregnancy. There would be no union of sperm and egg cell without sexual intercourse, aside if you will undergo in vitro fertilization. So aside from preventing the young generation to experience teen pregnancy, it can also help them avoid from STDs or sexually transmitted diseases. Next letter, we have letter B. Be faithful. First and foremost, be faithful to yourself. If you truly love yourself, you care, you respect, accept, forgive, and you have the trust. Now, if you love yourself, you do no harm. Engaging premarital sex at a very young age causes a lot of trouble. So it is very important to be faithful with your principal, with your parents, your teachers, and of course, above all, to God, because all of them played a vital role in developing your life. Next letter, we have letter C. Letter C stands for consult. Consult a doctor, parents, or teachers. So as the saying goes, no man is an island. Therefore, my dear participants, or we have to know, we have to encourage our learners for them to be open with their sexual problems. No, if they can afford doctors for counseling, at least we teachers can open ourselves, no, for to entertain questions and problems, at least learners to what is the right thing to do. And to our parents also, they have if they don't have that enough information, at least in PTA, or if there is a chance to have PTA in teachers convergence, we have to encourage our parents also to be informed with the comprehensive sexuality education. Letter D, we have don't take drugs and alcohol. Drugs and alcohol change our sound mind into an insensible mind. Both male and female can do untoward things if we are addicted by drugs and we are intoxicated by alcohol. Adolescence is a very critical period of youth, so we have to choose. We have to encourage our learners to choose their friends well. Remember, it's better to be alone rather than in a bad company. And lastly, we have this letter E. Educate yourself. Teenage pregnancy is a complex issue. No, every year more and more girls are having children at a very young age. That is due to lack of education. If they only knew what are the different consequences that will happen if they engaged in this problem, so they will be educated and they will be avoided with these consequences. So as what Kuya Kim said, that ligtas ang may alam. So it is very important that we educate ourselves as the youth, ourselves as teachers, and the people around us about this comprehensive sexuality education. So that's all about ABCs of teen pregnancy. You know, the essence of being a woman is actually bearing a child, but at a young age, not at this time. There is always a time to enjoy that one. So there is always a time to have that perform that activities at the right right time, at the right place, and of course with the right person. So once again, this is comprehensive sexuality education, primer for parents and guardians for grade 7 to 10. Sexuality has never been so open like this for a long time, but I would like to leave this message from Frank Zappa, and I quote, "A sound mind is like a parachute. It doesn't work if it is not open." So we have to open our mind all the time for possible and for learnings. This has been your speaker, Asia Filipinongo, and once again, good morning.
Thank you, Sir Asia Filipinongo. At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is about the whats and hows of module writing, and this will be rendered by Dr. Mohamar D. Rindo, Head Teacher 1 of Dinas National High School.
But before that, we would like to say goodbye to our science participants as they will now join with their breakout session. Sir Mohamar, it's now your turn.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Kim and Sir Bob. And once again, I would like to greet all of our participants, especially in Araling Panlipunan, all of the Araling Panlipunan teachers of Zamboanga del Sur. And thank you very much for being part of this endeavor of the Araling Panlipunan Department, especially in our attempt to better off our delivery of instruction, most especially dedicated to our Araling Panlipunan learners. So thank you very much. And of course, as introduced, my topic is about the whats and hows of writing a module. Maybe you were asking, why is there still a need for us to study or to talk about how to write a module when in fact it's already been implemented in various schools in our province or in our division as well as in the entire country. Well, this is actually in response to all of the comments and feedbacks, especially on the use of modules in different schools. And we find it very distressing, to know that most of our teachers really had a hard time in the implementation of module writing, especially when getting feedbacks as well as answers from our Araling Panlipunan learners. And we would like in this training for you to have or to deepen your appreciation on how beautiful it is to use the modules being used in Araling Panlipunan as a learning area. So that's the what's and hows of module writing. And in this session, we aim to, of course, first up, we aim to define what a module is. I do believe that we already know what a module is, but in our definition of module, we want you to appreciate more the different important notes about this definition of module, which might be very useful for us, especially in the continuity of learning of our students in Araling Panlipunan. Second, we also discuss, because ours is on the writing, different aspects of writing a module. So we would like to go back to the different legal basis on the use of module, as well as especially in the planning for writing a module. And we would like also to go back on the various guiding theories and principles in writing a module, because it is very important for us, teachers of Araling Panlipunan, to really understand the background of our learners. Not just the learners, but the whole educative process in general, which are anchored to different theories and principles. No, very useful theories and principles for us to be able to effectively deliver the modules being used in Araling Panlipunan. And lastly, we would like to discuss the important elements of module and how to write them effectively. And when we say it's the modules. But before we formally discuss those topics, I would like us participants, you participants, to answer or join me in answering, providing or responding to this statement. So magkakaroon tayo ng konting games because we would like to assess as to how far do you know or are you familiar with the use of modules, especially in Araling Panlipunan? So you just have to type yes if you agree with the statement or whatever is being projected in your screen, and type no if you don't agree to these statements or images or photos. So I would like you to type yes or no sa ating chat box. Even if you are using MS Teams or YouTube, you can still type your answer. Okay, our first statement is the text for the modules intended for grades 5 to 12 must be 11 to 12 points. Is it a yes or a no? So makikita natin dito kung gaano talaga kayo ka-familiar sa mga modules na ginagamit natin. So I will count from 1 to 3. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Okay? The answer actually is a yes. It is a yes. So unfortunately, I'm not able to see your responses, but I guess mayroon bang nagre-respond? Mayroong mga sumagot ng yes, of course. And the second statement, when including images in the modules, the writer must only consider that they are related to the topic. Is it a yes or a no? 1, 2, and 3. So the correct answer actually is a no, although we really have to consider that the photos or images that we include in the modules are really related to the topic, but there are other things we need to consider, especially on the copyright issues na pwede nating ma-violate when including images in the module. So we have to make sure that they are Creative Commons and are free of use sa ating module. And then third statement, answer keys for the activity should not be included in the module because the learners might be tempted to copy them. So is it a yes or a no? 1, 2, and 3. The answer actually is no. No. Although it's been an issue, especially in the first few months of implementation of modular distance learning, no? Because some are saying na it is inappropriate to include answer keys in the modules because nga, for the reason na the students might not learn anything because they will just copy the answers. But actually, because in DepEd, we specifically use self-learning modules, there is really a need to include the answer keys because this is one way for our learners to check for their learning. Especially na they are learning at their own expense without or being limited with the guidance from a teacher or anyone else in their homes. In the reference section, writers must use APA format. Is it a yes or a no? 1, 2, and 3. So the answer actually is a no. It is actually a no. Although we are so familiar with the use of APA format or American Psychological Association format, no, it's even being recognized or recommended when writing our researches, no. But unfortunately for us, in DepEd, as stipulated in the standards for the development of LRs for DepEd, ang pinafollow natin is the Chicago Manual of Style. Nawala yung mga images. But anyway, so we will start with the definition of module. Ano nga ba ang module based on our understanding definition here? As much to our understanding. So the first definition of module is that it is actually a teaching and learning tool that is complete in itself and presents specific tasks in a systematic way. So if we are going to key in the takeaways or important keywords in this definition, we will have complete in itself. Meaning, aside from the different activities included in the modules, there must be different activities to ensure that at the latter part of the module, the students or the learners are able to master the intended competencies they really need to master in that module. And we also have specific tasks. Now, each part, important elements of the module have specific tasks wherein they are really designed for our learners to be able to practice as well as exercise their understanding and comprehension of the topics being presented. And of course, systematic way, because in a module, we really recommend, or there is really a need to arrange the activities, the sequence of activities, as well as the learning in general from specific to general, or if we are going to focus on the level of difficulty from simple to complex level of difficulty. The second definition is that the module aims for the students to learn on his or her own without books and direct teacher guidance. So, ibig sabihin, learn on his or her own. In the use of modules, especially in modular distance learning, we are giving our students or our learners a really ample amount of independence in learning. And we also develop in them the responsibility to learn on their own, no? Even if without or the guidance from the teacher or whoever is around in their homes, the guidance are being limited. And third one, this can be done at home or anywhere else outside of school. That is why it's modular distance learning, because it is done in school. So I hope na alam na natin yung, I know alam na natin, but na-appreciate natin yung importance of using modules, especially in this time of pandemic. So we will start now with the hows of writing a module. So in writing a module, actually, we follow these three important phases. First one is on planning. Planning, meaning before you put everything in your mind into writing, you should know first the background and other things to be considered before you formally start writing, which is the second stage. And then lastly, editing. For editing, you edit your work, and your work may even undergo quality assurance from trusted professionals or masters on writing a module or your specific area. So ito yung mga important phases we need to follow. First step is on planning. On planning, of course, pinaka-importanting dapat nating maintindihan or malaman is that the very first thing we need to consider in planning is the most essential learning competency or competencies na binigay ng DepEd. Yun, doon dapat nakabase ang module natin because in Araling Panlipunan, as you observed in our modules na ginagamit natin, especially in the previous year, one module is equivalent to one competency. There was even competencies which are intended for 2 to 3 weeks, if you can still remember kung nagamit natin yung module. So aside from considering the most essential learning competencies, we also need to consider the different legal basis for the use of module. First up, we have Republic Act. I am talking actually about the historical background on the use of module. So first up, we have Republic Act 9155 or the Governance of Basic Education Act, which was signed into law in the year 2001. So actually, for Republic Act 9155, although it focused more on basic education, it also stipulated that the Department of Education also must aim to cater all types of learners, which includes those people or those out-of-school youth and adult learners who really need to have basic education, because we adhere to the used to be Millennium Development Goal, which is education for all. So in Republic Act 9155, we also target the out-of-school youths and the adult learners. Of course, this gave birth to the program, which is Alternative Learning System, of which primary customers or recipient are the out-of-school youths and adults. So because of that, I would say that the use of module actually is not new to our educational system. It's been existing since the Department of Education offered alternative delivery learning to our out-of-school youths and adult learners. So andyan na yan. But of course, in time of pandemics, which started in the earlier part of a latter part of 2019, which affected our educational system in the earlier part of 2020, doon na nagsimula yung paggamit natin, especially in the opening of classes in 2020, 2021, doon na nagsimula sa regular classes ang paggamit ng tinatawag nating self-learning modules, of which ang primary basis natin was the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan of DepEd in time of COVID-19 pandemic. So if you can still remember, before the opening of classes for 2020-2021, we teachers was asked to respond to different surveys, of which primary aim is for decision making and policy making, especially on the continuity of education despite the threats posed by COVID-19 pandemic in the country and in the entire world. So as a result of the surveys, as well as the data gathered from the field, and then interpreted in the central office, based on those data, the Department of Education, through the effort of course, our dear Secretary Briones, they were able to come up with basic education learning continuity plan. Actually, if you had seen the copy of BELCP of DepEd, it is composed of various chapters. First chapters on the different on the rationale, on the use of BELCP, and then we also have parts which presented the different data gathered from the surveys as well as data coming from the field. And then on the chapter 5 of the BELCP, it enumerated the various learning modalities suggested by the department depending on the recommendation of interagency task force as well as the local government in each of the provinces and municipalities in the country. So base sa chapter 5, it recommended the use of face-to-face, of course, for places was 0 cases of COVID-19. It also suggested most especially distance learning. Alam natin there are three types of distance learning, which include the online distance learning, modular distance learning, and the use of TVBI and RBIs. And lastly, the homeschooling. So for us, especially in our province, we attempted to use the blended. Actually, nag-suggest din sila pala ng blended. And in our division, we attempted to implement the blended using the radio-based instruction materials recorded by our active teachers tayo nga sa Araling Panlipunan through the leadership of our very own education program supervisor, Dr. Alma L. Carbonilla. We were able to come up with various RBI materials being distributed from different municipalities in the province, as part of our attempt to really implement blended learning, which major goal natin is for our learners to really understand deeply the topic despite that they are at the comfort of their home. But when at the latter part of the school year, of course, at par with that was a module wherein at the latter part, ginamit na natin singularly yung module natin sa Araling Panlipunan and other learning areas. And of course, we have the last, which is the department number, memorandum number 180 series of 2020, which specified the utilization of self-learning modules for learners, portfolio, and assessment. And then, aside from the different legal basis, we also need to talk about the theoretical basis for the use of writing of modules. First up, we have Theory of Independent Study by Wedemeyer in 1994. So actually, the theory of Wedemeyer was very appropriate on the use specifically of distance education, because in distance education, which is similar, of course, kung saan hinugot ang modular distance learning natin, it is composed of two elements. Napaka-importante yung tinatawag nating dialogue as well as structure. So therefore, even if physically hindi magkasama yung students as well as the teacher, there is really a need for education to continue to really establish the dialogue between the learner and the teacher. So this is a two-way communication should be established using independent study. And of course, structure. So structure, there are different elements being included in the structure, which include how teachers should assess learners, especially in their independent study, and what are the different assessment methods and teaching and learning pedagogies applicable for specific types of learner. And we also have Theory of Autonomy by Moore in 1994. It says here that the students must accept a high degree of responsibility for the conduct of the learning program. Autonomy because, as we all know it, based on the definition of module, especially on the use of self-learning modules, the students must respond to the different activities included in a module, as well as on the different articles na makikita sa mga module at the comfort of their homes or basta outside the school, without or limited ang guidance ng teacher or whoever is pwedeng mag-guide sa kanya. With that, we are giving the students the autonomy and high degree of responsibility para matuto at their own expense. Meaning, when writing a module, we should consider activities which really respond to the individual, not individual, but the need of the students when learning at his own or her own. That is why hindi pwede yung mga activities na by group, no? From time to time, because on the first on the earlier part on the implementation of modular distance learning, we were asked to write modules sa Araling Panlipunan, and one of the major faults na nakita natin or natin in the early stage was the use of group activities, group pair activities, which is inappropriate for a distance learning, especially considering also the safety of our learners. And the third one, of course, we are so familiar with Bloom's taxonomy by Benjamin Bloom in 1956. It classifies educational learning objectives into level of complexity, and specificity. The level of complexity actually is being illustrated in the diagram. And for the specificity, we have parts on the cognitive, psychomotor, and affective parts. So makikita natin, 1956 was the original Bloom's taxonomy, which was later in 2011 revised into new Bloom's taxonomy, na ito na yung nakikita natin ngayon. Remembering, understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating. So mali ata yung what do you call this PowerPoint na napakita natin, but actually these parts are levels of complexity ng under Bloom's taxonomy, actually written in gerund or ing form, because we believe that learning should be active or continuous. And we also have constructivism learning theory. Students actually create their own learning. So rather than just taking information from a source like the teacher or textbooks, the students are also given the freedom to construct their own meaning, their own understanding of the world around them. And when considering a specific competencies, the topics and learnings they need to understand inside the module or makikita sa module. So they construct, so very applicable also for the use of modular distance learning, meaning the students are given the opportunity to construct their understanding about realities in life. Na kung i-apply natin for a specific type of learning, yung understanding niya for a specific type of specific lesson mayroon ang isang module. And transformative learning theory, ibig sabihin nito, it focuses on the idea that learners can adjust their thinking based on new information. So we just feed them with information and then let them evaluate, assess those information in reference also to what they already knew, and then reconstruct new information out of this comparison of their past as well as their new learnings or new information. So how is this being implemented on the use of module? For example, you just give your students a copy of a text or article, and then you provide them with process questions. And then based on the process questions or based on the readings on a certain text, they process their understanding or new information by answering the process questions. Pwede yung ganon. Or just show them images of a certain event and then let them analyze the incident or event as reflected on the picture. No? So by then, they were able to process or construct new information basis sa source of data meron sila. And then experiential learning, of course, by John Dewey, and which focuses on learning by doing. So we let them experience things because we believe that as a visual learner, no, we learners tend to understand or retain more information when they physically experience things. So experiential learning. So napakalaga din na we include activities in the module which targets their chance or opportunity to experience life outside the comfort of wherever they are doing the module or responding to the module. So students are encouraged to learn through experiences that can help them retain information and recall facts. No, mas madali because personally or physically they experience such event. And those are the various theories need to be considered when writing a module. Now, we will proceed to different variables na kailangan natin to understand when planning for writing a module. First up, we have learner profile, and then second, context issues, and third one, it's the learning outcomes. So when talking about learner profile, we should always consider the individual capacity of our learners, their study skills, their competency level, their skills to provide answer to a specific type of activity. So let us not be confined with the idea of our prior knowledge natin or even our own knowledge no i-apply natin dun sa module because probably what we know of about something is way too difficult for our learners to understand on their own. So we need to consider that one. And second, we also consider when writing a module yung context issues. Of course, primary consideration on the IATF and local government guidelines as to the cases of COVID-19 virus in the locality, and we also consider issues on the presence of learning materials for learners, and we also consider issues if the learner is a full-time learner or part-time or working students. We also consider issues as to the availability of internet connection in the area. So issues such as that must be considered. But because we as writers of modules, sometimes we are tempted to just copy paste link of videos to be searched online. What if at a certain place walang internet? So mahirap yun para sa mga bata. And lastly, we need to consider the learning outcomes. And when considering the learning outcomes of a specific module, we need to go back to the most essential learning competencies. So aside from the learning competencies, learning competencies or competencies actually are objectives expressed in their most general term most of the time. That is why for us in Araling Panlipunan, we are encouraged to subtask these generally expressed objectives or learning competencies. So aside from the learning competencies, we also need to consider the standards, the content and performance standards. We need to revisit the K-12 curriculum for Araling Panlipunan. We also need to visit the learners materials and teacher materials being used in the department. So for us to really establish the appropriate learning outcomes for a specific objective or specific learning competencies included or being focused of in a certain module. So dito na tayo sa writing phase. So paano sinusulat? What are the different guidelines in writing an alternative delivery mode LR or learning resource or module? So So first, we will talk about structure and sequence. So learner is easy to understand. Learning resource is easy to understand. So as much as we are so inclined with languages na tayo lang ang nakakaintindi, we should avoid that from happening because our purpose is for our learners to easily understand the content of our module. No? So ang language na gagamitin natin are those universally understood by our learners. Second, lessons shall be arranged from simple to complex. So that is why kanina we talk about Bloom's taxonomy because we wanted to specifically give emphasis on the importance of arranging our activities, especially from simple to complex. No? And third, visuals and graphics organizers shall be available to facilitate better understanding of the lesson as necessitated because we believe that our learners, even as adults, are visual learners. We retain information the fastest and the longest way possible if we see them physically rather than just reading text na sometimes, or not just sometimes, but most of the times get us bored. So much more for our learners. Size of letters and sentences shall be appropriate to the target learners, which will be presented later under the structure, not on the specific guidelines as to the content of the module. Presentation shall be engaging and interesting. That is why there is a need for us teachers to really have a collection. No? Dapat meron tayong collection of various activities na pwede nating i-insert in writing a module. Number 6, which is applicable for kindergarten, and then we will proceed to content. So of course, very basic that we need to know is that your content must follow the K-12 curriculum, especially that of Araling Panlipunan when we are writing Araling Panlipunan module. Second, the learning competency shall be subtasked if it is necessary. So sinabi natin kanina that our learning competency actually are objectives which are expressed in general terms. That is why we need to really subtask them. How do we subtask? We create more specific objectives intended for a specific day or a week, depende sa need. Content shall use pedagogical approaches that are constructive. These are the pedagogical approaches which are being encouraged by DepEd, yung constructivist, inquiry-based, reflective, collaborative, and integrative. So content shall be logically arranged from simple to complex, and it shall consider the learner's context, situation, needs, and individual capabilities. It shall provide activities that promote the development of higher cognitive skills such as critical thinking, creative thinking, and decision making, especially on the latter part of modules, for us to be able to determine or assess if the learners can really translate this in the module. And seventh, it shall be written in real-life context, interactive to arouse and sustain interest and motivation of a learner. Sometimes we are tempted with including images or photos na hindi sila nakaka-relate. So it will be very useful if the images and even the text being included in the modules are those that our learners can relate to para maging interesting on their part. And part of content also, we also employ various processes, especially on skills. Content shall provide activities to unlock difficult and new concepts, activate prior knowledge. So that is why mayroon tayong part sa module which is aside from the balikan part, We also have parts on introducing new topics. No, before introducing them, we should let them understand first the basic concepts. No, we define them, and we also provide activities which will help them understand the concept before proceeding to the main objective or main concepts in the module. So content and activities shall be learner-centered and shall promote 21st century skills. And we should always consider that the end user of the module is our learner or are our learners. That is why the activity should match their need or needs as a learner, and it shall promote 21st century skills like skills on the use of computers, on research, and even their communication skills. Content and activity shall be congruent to the learning competency. Of course, this is a basic knowledge. Sufficient examples, activities, and easy to understand directions are provided to facilitate independent learning. No? Sometimes sa pagbibigay pa lang ng instructions or directions as to how the learners should answer and where the learners should answer the activities, dapat clear siya in our directions. So kung makikita ninyo sa mga modules na ginamit natin, before each of the activities, we always include instructions or directions which are expressed in its most or pinaka-clear na form para maintindihan nila even if without the guidance of the teacher. Content shall be learner-centered, inclusive, and paulit-ulit na. Content shall be smaller unit, self-instructional, and self-paced. That is why because we are using self-learning module. Caution, warning, reminders shall be provided to ensure safety of the learner while doing activities. Especially, kanina we talk about experiential learning wherein we let them experience the world from outside, no? For them to be able to fully grasp or understand the topics. But of course, we should not forget on including precautionary measures as to how they will complete or respond to the activities na nag-involve ng experiential learning. Content shall provide strategies and activities to self-monitor progress such as criterion reference test, of which ang answers must be situated or located at the latter part of the modules na ginagamit natin. This is for them to be able to check for their own learning. So isa din ito sa mga fault na nakita natin during the first few months of implementation of modular distance learning, because teachers are actually in the field are actually murmuring about sobrang dami ng mga activities to be checked. But actually, nung tingnan ko some of the modules, pati yung mga activities of which ang answer keys are located at the latter part of the module, chine-check ng mga teachers. So dapat sana we remind the learners that they can actually check those activities na mayroong answer keys sa latter part ng module o sa last pages, few pages ng module. Kaya nga self-monitoring para self-learning module para ma-check nila if which part they need to redirect their learning para maintindihan pa na nila lalo yung module and its content. So content shall be flexible and friendly, of course. So content shall provide balanced use of literature and informational text, fictional to non-fictional, as flash therein. So linkages between and among past and present lessons shall be evident. That is where meron tayong balikan na part of the module. Sufficient repetition through examples, because we believe in the power of repetition, although not necessarily activities which are repeated verbatimly, no, verbatim ang pagka-repeat, but we employ some modification of some activities of which ang target niya possible na the same pa rin, but yung level of difficulty tumataas ng tumataas. So content, language, and materials shall be appropriate to the reading level of the learners. The difficulty of the material shall match the ability of the learners, which are basic knowledge. The materials shall of course fit the objectives as specified in the most essential learning competencies. And for language, material shall use the everyday language of the learner as makikita natin dito for Araling Panlipunan. We use Filipino, of course. And illustration shall adhere to social content guidelines. No? The social content guidelines will be discussed on our incoming training on quality assurance, wherein we consider the Filipino as a learner, so the type of communities which should be presented in the module. If mayroon pang topic about communities, no, we avoid possible facts which are really question the moral of people in our community. We also follow guidelines on how we present different ethnic groups, religious groups, no, and even most importantly on gender equality and equity. So that will be part of social content guidelines. So Filipino characters, no, they should be there shall be subject of illustration. No, instead of using foreign characters, we should focus on, because our aim is to promote how magnificent it is to really understand yung Filipino as learner as a Filipino. So people, animals, places, and objects shall be appropriate to the age grade level, especially images which are harsh in nature, no? So we should avoid them. As much as we want them to understand realities in life, pero if understanding these realities will really affect their morale as learners, so we should avoid that one from happening. So illustration shall clarify or enhance concepts, if needed, because most of the time our learners are really bored with reading texts and articles. So instead of fully depending on text and articles, we must, as necessitated, include illustrations which will help them understand fully or easily the topics. And visuals shall be gender and culture sensitive. So the way we present the difference between a woman and a man, should be that in accordance with social content guidelines, most especially on culture. How we present a specific group of people is very important, so that we may not violate the ethics of how these people should be presented in whatever print or media material, audiovisual material. So cover art shall be original and simple. No problem for us because there's already suggested, not just suggested, but a copy of this cover art. First, we talk about the design and the layout for grade 7 and 12. We have top, bottom, inside porous 1 ang margin, and then 16 pages at the minimum. So for designs, Araling Panlipunan, we have red, of its combination of cyan, magenta, yellow, and black is presented therein, was 0, 100, 100, and 0. And design and layout for specific grade levels and specific part. Like for example, on grade level identifier for senior high school, Arial, boldface, and 16 points, and etc. And we also have specific guidelines as to the different contents of the cover page, like the DepEd logo, grade level identifier, the alternative delivery mode logo, and etc. And for typology, for grades 5 to 12, we use 11 to 12 points for text, especially on articles and other parts, essential parts. For heads or headings, we have 15 to 24 points, and subheads or subheadings, 11 to 13 points. And recommended font family is Arial, Times New Roman, and Bookman Old Style. So style guide, sinabi natin at the early part of this session that we follow the Chicago Manual of Style or CMOS, no, the 16th edition. We proceed now to the different elements of Araling Panlipunan module or the parts, essential parts. We have pamagat, alamin, subukin, tuklasin, suriin, pagyamanin, isaisip, isagawa, tayahin, karagdagang gawain, at panghuli ang karagdagang susi sa pagwawasto at mga sanggunian. So isa-isahin natin for cover page. We have this cover page kung saan makikita natin ang grade level identifier, the DepEd logo, resource title as well as module number, the cover art na ginawa na para sa atin ng DepEd Central Office, the ADM logo, and violator or reminder. And this is not actually the development team but rather the copyrights page. No, makikita natin yung resource title, the copyright year, copyright notice, the name of copyright holder, and the development team na makikita yung pangalan natin as module writer. Na pag nakita natin physically, sobrang nakaka-proud. And the title page, we have parts on alamin wherein dapat nakikita dito is or are the specific competencies for a specific module. Nilalagay na din natin sa Araling Panlipunan yung iba't ibang standards or pamantayan for content as well as performance. And if there is really a need for us to subtask, we also include them in the alamin part. For subukin part, pagsusulit na ito, makikita natin kung ano na ang kaalaman mo sa aralin or the prior knowledge of the student. So this is actually the pre-assessment part, and it is suggested for us in Araling Panlipunan to come up with a multiple choice questions when providing subukin or questions activities for subukin. So question, magkapareho ba dapat yung mga tanong sa subukin sa pre-assessment at post-assessment, no? Panghuling pagtataya. Hindi pwedeng the same questions ang isali natin. You can have the same concept, but you can at least paraphrase or rephrase your questions in a manner na hindi siya exactly magkapareho sa paunang pagtataya. So, of course, in constructing multiple choice questions, we follow different guidelines in formulating MCQ questions. Ibang usapin naman yon. So balikan, of course, from the term itself, this is actually activities which aims to review the prior knowledge of the students sa topic na meron sa module. So you can be very creative with activities na pwede sa alam mo ay makakatulong para lalong mapadali yung pag-intindi ng mga mag-aaral sa topic na meron ang module. In this example, we have the module on mga salik na nakakaapekto sa pagkonsumo. So of course, ang balikan is on the definition of pagkonsumo. Because the definition of pagkonsumo is very important, especially in understanding the different aspects na nakakaapekto sa pagkonsumo. And tuklasin, actually this is another activity of which the writer slowly introduces the topics included in the module. No, this is not yet the discussion, but rather part. It could be kwento, awitin, tula, or mga suliranin or gawain which will introduce the topic to the learners para prior to suriin or prior to the introduction of topics, meron na silang preliminary idea of what they will be learning in this specific module. So in this part, this is actually an sa sample natin, this is actually an activity of which minapakilala yung need for mga salik sa pagkonsumo. So actually, ang sample na ginamit natin dito is the one which I am proud to be the writer of na ginamit sa central office. So suriin, of course sa suriin, dito na pinapakilala yung iba't ibang mga konsepto or concepts included in the module. Kumbaga, this is the discussion part. So ayan, tinatalakay yung mga salik na nakakaapekto sa pagkonsumo, they were being defined and being given examples para maintindihan ng pag-aralan ng mga bata. And then, pagyamanin, so the purpose of pagyamanin is to deepen the understanding of the learners to the previous part nga na-introduce natin, like on the suriin. So lalo pang palalimin ang kanyang pag-unawa. So this is an example of pagyamanin. And isa-isip, this can be a creative activity na ang purpose niya is to generalize the concepts being introduced. This can either be activities or a summative activities na pwedeng gawin ng mga mag-aaral. So this is an example of isa-isip. And we also have isagawa. Ito ay naglalaman ng mga gawaing nakakatulong upang maisalin. So application of the learning to a new or real life context. No? So if, example, in our example, no, paano niya ma-apply yung kanyang natutunan when it comes to sa pag-iisip niya, sa puso at saka how, yung mga dapat niyang gawin. And then of course, tayahin, which is panghuling pagtataya, the post-assessment na recommended to be in multiple choice format. Karagdagang gawain, actually mga gawain na pwede ring mailapat yung kanilang mga natutunan. So in this case, we have poster making about sa mga salik na nakakaapekto sa pagkonsumo. And then susi sa pagwawasto, of which ang recommended dapat nakabaliktad siya and at smaller font size. Para even if they are attempted to see this part, no, while answering, mag-effort pa din sila. And the sanggunian part. That ends my discussion on the what's and how's of module writing. So before I end, I hope you were able to gain more insights about, most especially on how we do write a module. So maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muhammad Rendo, the 2020 Most Outstanding Teacher of Zamboanga del Sur, for the What's and How's of Module Writing.
Thank you, sir. Now, we will give our participants a break for lunch. See you this 1 p.m. for more engaging sessions.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Pandemic, led by its school's division superintendent, Dr. Maharani Jacinto, and through its more or less 10,000 personnel, it has remained dedicated in its pursuit for excellence and its mandate of ensuring the delivery of quality basic education to its learners. With a strong partnership with the local government and various community sectors, this division was able to engage in both curricular and extracurricular endeavors, such as the Atab a Barangay Bayanihan project. With the production of self-learning modules, the division also conducted a unified and simultaneous orientation to its parents. Signifying the laudable leadership, SDS Jacinto also led the monitoring of Club Elementary School, a last mile and IPED school in the province. With their limited resources, Principal Joel Arnejo and the teachers of Club Elementary School also featured their program, Tingog sa Kawanangan. This division also has a weekly radio program named Ang Takna sa DepEd. Another school also recently implemented the Walkie Talkie project. Finally, with applications pouring in, an online orientation using Microsoft Teams Live was conducted last March 8, 2021. These are just some of the best practices implemented by Zamboanga del Sur Division for school year 2020-2021. As a catalyst of holistic and continuous improvement, this division pledges to pursue the heights of exceptional service delivery and be an agent in the development and success of Filipino learners. Dahil sa DepEd, sama-sama tayo sa pagsulong ng edukalidad.
On behalf of all the learners of the Division of Zamboanga del Sur and as your SPG Regional President, I, Princess Carsten Sidla Peña, would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all our teachers, our schools, and the Department of Education in general for working hand in hand to make sure every child's right to learning is fulfilled. Despite the challenges that this school year's new normal possess, I know we can overcome. Thank you very much, DepEd.
Hello, we are all set for afternoon session. Once again, we are still live in MS Teams and YouTube. Let us all promote positive aura to learn even more.
All right, and now be informed by this afternoon, the session is about the basic principles of radio-based instruction or RBI development. And this will be presented to you by Mr. Crescente Talitayan, Master Teacher of San Miguel Elementary School.
Hello, a pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I am Mr. Crescenti Talitayan, Master Teacher of San Miguel District 1. This afternoon, I'm going to deal with you the radio-based instruction principles. So are you ready? So for today's discussion, it's not moving. Okay. Our objectives for today's discussion, first is hopefully in this session, you will be equipped with knowledge and skills in writing script for radio-based instruction or RBI. Second one, I hope that you will understand the principle of writing script for radio-based instruction. And the last one, I hope to formulate that we will be able to formulate script using School on the Air or SUA format. So what is radio? So especially nowadays in our distance learning delivery, it is very important for us teachers, a tool in teaching during this new normal time of pandemic. Because radio offers greater and wider opportunities for us to deliver our lesson. So radio also has two-way, it can be a two-way exchange of learning. So the purpose of radio, of course, is to entertain. If you can remember during our childhood, my childhood days, radio is the main source of entertainment because we don't have yet the internet and the smartphones and our other gadgets nowadays. So before, radio is taking big part in the entertainment. And the second one, the purpose of radio is to inform. If you combine entertainment and information, surely the listener are entertained and they learn something from information, and there will be education. They will be we can educate them through radio. So maybe we will be asking ourselves, how can we maximize radio in teaching? And what preparation do we need to undertake in teaching through radio? Do this mean that we teachers could also be a radio broadcaster? Is it possible? Yes, if we have the guts, if we have the interest, the skill will be developed. So radio is a sound communication through radio waves, usually through transmitting music, news, and other types of program from single broadcast station to millions or multitude of individual listeners equipped with, of course, radio receiver. In our DepEd memo, last April 10, 2021, it is emphasized the proper use of DepEd radio as a blended distance learning delivery modality. Our Department of Education, has made use of radio-based instruction or RBI long time ago, mainly as one of the options to reach learners in the alternative learning system or the ALS program. Primarily, it is used as a form of distance learning to teach learners who are unable to attend face-to-face lesson or who are in remote areas. Radio-based instruction enables them to continue their education despite these challenges. Through the years, radio-based instruction has reached out the school youths, is why even the prisoners, the person deprived of their liberty in their prison cells, uh, the persons with their disabilities, the PWD, or working students who cannot go to school, or our lumads, the indigenous people, or the farmers, and others who are unable to attend the day-to-day classes. Critical for implementation will be the production of the needed teachers and learners learning materials, or the DepEd learning resource portals and DepEd commons will be maximized, as well as the support of media institutions like TV and radio stations. Guided by the call, learn by all means and teach by all means. Blended learning focus on learners' development while making use of all available delivery means to reach learners in different situations across the country. Currently, there are still many areas in the Philippines that do not have internet connectivity, the free cable and satellite television services. Areas that are off-grid cannot use television and other electrical gadgets. This remains a big challenge in the delivery of education, even before the pandemic. And the same has been highlighted at this time. So DepEd Radio as part of blended learning. In the school year 2020 to 21, the present time, DepEd TV had successfully produced TV episodes under the Office of the Undersecretary for Administration, Information and Communication Technology Services, or the OUA ICTS Management, in collaboration with the Office of the Undersecretary of Curriculum and Instruction, or OUCI. The episodes are aired over national TV and in DepEd social media pages. These TV episodes are also uploaded in the DepEd Commons for easy access. Hence, the DepEd TV has an organization structure for planning, production, quality assurance, airing to evaluation and research, monitoring, evaluation, and research. Currently, DepEd Radio makes use of the already established local AM and FM radio stations in all the areas of the Philippines through partnership with the department's regional and division offices and even schools. Lessons are broadcast over partner radio stations or through ragtag radio stations established in the regional division offices and schools, reaching learners who have no ready access to the other learning modalities. So the nature of educational broadcast. What is the nature of educational broadcast? So there are types of typical formats, an outline which as follows. Take note that the whole duration of school on air will only have the ideal of 30 minutes. So the first minute will be the program opening. So during the program opening, 1 minute, you are going to welcome the listeners, mention the subject that you're going to deliver, the subject code, and also you introduce yourself as the broadcaster. Another 5 minutes, you have the time for feedback portion. So during this feedback portion, you are going to answer the queries from the previous lesson, if there are any. If there are so many, you cannot deal all of those because you have only 5 minutes to do this. And then another 5 minutes for review of previous lecture. So you are going to review the main lesson or the summary of the previous lesson. And another 2 to 3 minutes, we have the so-called musical break. This is very important. Music is very important in School on the Air program. So your music should 10 to 15 minutes lecture of the day. So you're going to deliver your main content at only 10 to 15 minutes. More than that, I think it's not anymore, it will not be any more suitable for the interest of the learner, especially for the children. And that will be followed by another 3 minutes because you end your lecture, you're going to review your lesson, your discussion. So you're also going to give the reminders, the assignment, the readings, advanced reading that you're going to give their homeworks, 3 minutes only. And then you have the last 2 minutes for announcement and reminder. And you are going to mention again your subject. You say goodbye and you mention your name and your topic. So that is during the closing program, 1 minute only. So all in all, you have 30 minutes as the ideal duration of your broadcast. School on Air. A School on Air can be viewed as a specially designed radio program where the subject matter is presented systematically and in a progressive manner with the ultimate goal of achieving desired result under teaching learning situation. The techniques employed by the School on the Air are basically instructional, although the broadcasts are not undertaken under the classroom condition. Instead, the enrollees or the students listen in their own homes by themselves or in groups. So radio on the air is a combination of entertainment and education. So one should not be missing because if it is only entertainment, you miss the whole thing. If you only focus on education without entertainment, you might be less effective. So the function of radio is to function of believable role model characters as a means of conveying the message and motivating and sustaining change in the audience. The importance of emotion, take note, emotion in the drama for attracting and holding the listener's attention and for inspiring behavior. So I think one of the significant in the broadcast is the drama, no, because it will attract and hold the attention and interest of your listeners. So materials, I'm going to discuss now the materials, our elements in the broadcasting. First, if you're going to do your broadcasting, you should consider the music. Number one is the music. is the key part of any radio program. Music is required in the beginning and ending of the episode. Music bed, we call that music bed or background, could be fast, could be medium or slow. So that's the first one. The second one, remember the sound effects. So like nowadays, if you are going to listen to the blogs, they also use this panel in, what is that, video card, using video card. So they use the wow, the claps, the laughing, the ambulance, or any sound effects. So that will also add life to your broadcasting. The third one is a script. So without the script, I think you become less effective in broadcasting. Or even if you have the script, if you are not familiar with it, you will have the problem. So always pre-read the script before going to broadcast. Familiarize, read and read and read. And the second one, do research. Especially if there are things that are not clear to you, you are going to do the research to be sure with your points. Number 4, get to know the broadcast software or the equipments that you are going to use. So nowadays we have lots of applications. For myself, I use Cool Edits and OBS Studio. Those are, I think, free apps, and there are so many. If you want to get familiarized with that, you go to YouTube and you can learn many things from YouTube. So get to know the broadcast software. Number 5, this is also important in broadcasting. Your mood will affect your energy in delivering your lesson, in expressing yourself. So even if you have problems at home, set it aside, and you are going to, because it is important to express good vibes, good moods. And then number 6, time. So in any aspects of life, we need time. Have ample time for preparation, especially in reading, in doing research, in writing, and in many aspects, time. So if you don't have time in the family, if you don't have time, you will lose your family. Or if you don't have time for your work, you will lose your work. So radio-based instruction tips. I'm going to give you some tips. Number 1, never be boring. So if you will be on the microphone, remember that you're also going to entertain people. So never be boring. So your voice will contribute a lot in projecting yourself, in articulating. So if you have jokes, good jokes, not dirty green jokes, it will help a lot. Number 2, know your audience, live their life. If your audience are children, so you should learn what the children are thinking, the interests of the children, what they like, what are their priorities. If they are adolescents or young people, so for example, they are interested about love life, about relationship. For married people, it's another thing. So know your audience, live their life. Number 3, make the listeners feel that they are special. So how can we do this? Maybe by asking how are they, how they feel. Maybe you mention people, and also always uh, make them feel that they're important. Number four, be authentic, be realistic, authentic with yourself, no? And if you will be authentic, you can relate very well, be relatable. Number five, always pre-read scripts. I think I mentioned this already, so this is very important because this is emphasized again, always pre-read scripts. So prepare, read and read and read. And number six, have something interesting to say. So nowadays, people are fan of hashtags and hugot lines. So maybe you can use that one. Number seven, talk to one person, not to the whole audience. So just consider, imagine that you are talking to one person. Number eight, your voice. So we have different sound of our voice, different voice. So because our voice will become our identity in on the radio, like Mike Enriquez, uh, who are Kuya Al or May Hongko, they differ in the tone and the sound of their voice. So they can be identified and they became famous. So voice is important. Number nine, remember your tune. Be mindful of not only what to say, but how you say it. So how you say it. Gently, but forcefully and convincingly, like that. Speak from the heart. That will affect your tune. If you want to improve your broadcast skill, record them and listen to them, because if you listen to your previous broadcast, you will find your strength and weaknesses. So another guidelines in character creation for broadcasters. Number one, be realistic and be believable, because they can become more interesting and realistic. However, if their good personality traits unintentionally land them in trouble. Number two, appropriate to the message. Characters can be involved naturally and believably with the message content. Number three, appropriate to the audience. The audience should recognize the character's culture, life, habits, and general standard of living. So you should have the command of knowing the listeners, the audience, about their life. What is the culture, the trend of the people, the listeners now, especially nowadays? What is interesting for people nowadays? So during the fight of Manny Pacquiao, that is interesting for people. No, if we talk about money, maybe that is what makes people interested. If we talk about sex, work, or whatever, so anything that that is in depth to the culture, the life of people. Next is number four, guidelines of character creation. You should buried in personality. Increase the likelihood that listeners will find at least one character who is similar to themselves or someone they know. So many audience are they become fan of the broadcaster because of that. No? Number five, limited in number. No more than 3 or 4 hours or 4 characters should appear regularly in the main plot, and the two and or three in you're going to consider the lesson? Is it related to the mail? What else? Your equipment will be the one to broadcast your script. What are the resources needed? So that is included in planning. So if you do the planning, then you continue to script writing, because you cannot do the script writing without the planning, especially your objectives from mails. Number 3, if you have already made the script writing, do the RBI production. RBI production means you do the recording, editing, like that, recording, editing, and you will do the several times, maybe keep on repeating and repeating until that it will be polished, no? And then number 4, RBI broadcast. RBI broadcast. I'm sorry. In this part, you're going to broadcast what you recorded. And then 5, monitoring and evaluation. So of course, you are going to monitor and evaluate the effect, the fruit, or the effectivity of the broadcast, so that you're going to monitor if the objective is being achieved. So radio writing, principles in broadcast writing. First, you're going to write 1 thought per sentence. 1 thought per sentence. So do not make it complex. People are only half listening most of the time. So that will just pass once in their ear. So in broadcast, you have only one chance to say it. You cannot repeat. You cannot say, ulitin, no? Please consider, take one, no. So you have to consider the audience comprehension always. So avoid complex sentence. Number 2, be conversant or be conversational. So don't think print, do not always read. If possible, be conversational. Be articulate in delivering your point. Next, avoid jargons. What is jargons? Jargons are terminologies, the language being used by certain group of people that other groups cannot understand. For example, we say the words geologues, or what are those things? Those are jargons where only a group of people can understand that one. But there are also jargons that become adaptable to many nowadays, like what malakas is sakalam, and many other, no. So watch out for more jargons in justice, military, and business bits. Avoid fancy. In other words, avoid jargons by avoiding fancy metaphors. Metaphors means comparison. You're talking about dogs and talking another person, no? Like, for example, she is under the weather. Instead of using the word she is under the weather, just say straight, she is sick, no? Like that. Another is think video. Words should enhance images. You're showing. Think before writing. So you always have to think, imagine. So you should be imaginative. Next is use active voice in writing your script. So the natural order of thoughts is you give the snap and punch to your writing. For example, when you say the Freedom of Information Bill was endorsed by the Congress, instead of saying that, you go straight, say straight. The Congress endorse the Freedom of Information Bill. So that is more understandable than the first one. Next is omit verbal deadwoods. What is this? Effective writing is concise. Be concise, short but concise. Everything in there understandable. Drop unnecessary words from phrases or sentences. For example of that, instead of saying for that reason that, just say because, or at the present time, instead of saying at the present time, just say now. Tendered his resignation, just simply say resign. Oh, like that. Affix his signature, just say sign. United in, what is that? Oh, that means united, it means married, no? Like that. Another principles in broadcast writing, use present tense. Broadcast news in general is all about now. Remember that in broadcasting, you are always in the present, now. So you are reading the news as it is just happening. For example, the source, be specific as possible about sources, make attribution in your report. Consider your lead, go straight to the heart of the story. For example, the jurors in Arroyo's electoral sabotage case have made their decision. They found their former president guilty of manipulating the 2004 election. Instead of saying that, you go directly by saying former President Arroyo had been found guilty on electoral sabotage case, like that. So go straight to the heart of the story. So broadcast writing, there is only one rule in broadcast writing. What is that? It is simplicity. Be simple. The simpler, the better. Don't confuse or rattle the viewers with, or your listeners with, complex. Use the common. For example, instead of saying utilize, just you say use. Proceeds, to proceed, just say go. Facilitate, that means you say the common. Help, facilitate means help. Contribute, just say give. Majority, say most people. Oh, we say reside means live, so better use live. Summon, instead of using summon, because many people do not understand that one much, so just say call. So those are some do's and don'ts in script writing, and I'm placing here the example of a script. I hope that you have also a copy in there. I think it's only myself. So if you want a sample copy of that, you can ask me. You can contact me in my what is that? In my messenger, Presidente Talitayan, and I will give you some sample. Of course, I will ask the permission of other districts who submitted their idea of the script. So in the script, take note that there is that heading about subject matter, about the topic, about the broadcaster and others, no? So the school and so on and so forth. And there will be also the term like these present SUA program, like that. It's very small. So Biz means business. So in that part, that means you are going to insert some music, short music, or shoutouts, or like that. No, a script notation, crowd noise, or usually from control panel. So 40 seconds recess for you if you have those business to change the praise of the broadcast. So I think I will park myself, my topic. I'm going to end my discussion. So thank you very much. This is Crescenti Talatayan from San Miguel District. Thank you, Sir Crescenti, for discussing the principles of RBI.
Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with us as we introduce to you the next session for this day, and this is the basic principles of TV-based instructions development by Miss Precious Ann Breva, a teacher of Toribio Minor National High School. Good afternoon, instruction development. Okay, so the main purpose of this discussion is to encourage more teachers to produce TVBI as supplementary material to our learners and also to utilize TVBI as an aid to our learners in their learning modality amidst this global pandemic. Okay, so we all know that our students, not all of our students are capable to self-study their learners module, and not all of them are fortunate to have someone to teach them at their own pace of their home. And so the best aid that we can provide to them is to convert the modules into RBI and TVBI. With that, we can help our learners as well as the parents with from their qualms, because parents also burdened in our new way of modality in learning, because they're also having a hard time as well in dealing with their children, especially in answering the modules. No, so in this discussion,
if you were able to have the learners module, we can convert it into our says, of course. Okay, so before I start with my discussion, okay, let's have a quick throwback from the educational TV shows to watch that we fun to watch during our younger years. So what we're going to do is you will guess this audio clip from what or where you exactly you hear it from, or from what educational TV show is it from, and kindly utilize the comment box for your answers. Let's go and play the first one. Okay, for a while. Okay, so let's go and play now our first audio clip. Okay, let's go and play again the first audio clip.
Sa science o
Okay, can you guess from what educational TV show is it from? If you had answered Sinescuela, then you are definitely correct. Congratulations. Let's go and try to play the second audio clip.
nang nabuo ng bayang Pilipino. Ikaw ang unang umaman sa pananap.
Okay, that second audio clip that is related to Araling Panlipunan, that is from educational TV show by Yani. Okay, third one.
Hindi mo ba napapansin mga bulaklak ay magkakawangis, mga dahon ay magkakahugis.
Okay, can you guess the third one? If you had answered Mathanik, then you are definitely right. Let's go to the last one.
Gusto kong iparin ang tayog ng ulan. Gusto kong sisirin ang
Okay, that last audio clip is from Hiraya Manawari. I guess our listeners now are trying also to sing at the same time. Okay, so let us go on to our next slide. So these TV shows are just our well-loved educational TV shows when we were still in our younger years. So we have Hiraya Manawari on Once Upon a Time that is anchored to GMRC or Good Moral and Right Conduct. And did you know that Hiraya Manawari is derived from the ancient Tagalog word that means reaching your dreams? We have seen Eskwela for science, Mathtinik for mathematics, Patibot, Apple for English. So these are the TV shows that mostly recommended to our teachers and our parents to watch. So before we don't have TVBI yet, but this is what is always advised for us to watch because it is educational. Now this time, let us discuss what are the benefits of watching educational television or television. Okay, so first, TV can help child's intellect. In many studies, researchers have observed how educational programs can aid in boosting children's intellect. Surprisingly, children aged 2 to 7 who watched a few hours of educational television programs per day performed better on academic tests than those who didn't watch TV. They also found children who spent most of their television time watching shows like cartoons scored lower than those who viewed educational ones. Therefore, it is important to monitor what your children are watching and show them educational programs as opposed to simply letting them watch cartoons. So there's always um, an advertised line that says parental guidance is always advised, especially for those young audiences. Next, TV can show children things they would love to see otherwise. TV can show children things they would see otherwise. So, without television, most children would never be able to see amazing things like exotic animals, different cultures, and beautiful cities. Just for an example, nature shows and history. Children about great, nature shows and history programs are great resources for teaching children about creatures and places that they've never heard of. Kids can learn from this type of media in order to appreciate and understand the world around them. Especially today or nowadays, children or kids are not allowed to go out and roam around due to COVID-19 pandemic. but because they watch TV, they have the awareness of what may be existing outside of their home. Next, TV can provide good role models for children. So when children watch television, they are bound to be influenced by the characters they see. Allowing your children to watch shows with characters who promote positive messages like healthy living and helping others will influence them to make good choices. Students are able to see current events as they are happening. So it is also great for children to expose them, especially in watching news, for awareness in our surroundings. And of course, TV provides a visual and auditory presentations. Okay, so I have here prepared. So I have here another audio clip. So what you're going to do is guess exactly you heard this from, or from what OBB is it, or from where can we use this audio? Okay, so let's go and play it. Earlier, you have heard some of the audio clips from our well-loved educational TV shows. So this time, what you just have heard, or what we have just played, is an audio clip of our official OBB, or official opening billboard of DepEd TV. So whenever you heard this playing, then that is a go signal to let you know that what you're about to watch is a DepEd TV video. Okay, so this is how exactly the opening billboard of DepEd TV looks like. Kindly play it. All right. So when you are going to produce your TVBI, you can also use this as your opening billboard. At the same time, your closing billboard for your TVBI output. Okay. Now let's discuss about TVBI, or the television-based instruction. We have here, it is one of the DepEd's learning modalities along with the radio-based instruction, online and modular learning in the absence of face-to-face learning due to COVID pandemic. Television is a great way to open your child's mind to a variety of things and help them learn about topics that may not be exposed to at school. On the other hand, television can reinforce what children learn in school and provide a supplementary method to teaching children about important subjects. Okay, so when teachers use TV in the classroom, students have a better understanding of the topic and enter into a more discussion on the content and ideas presented. So for TV, this is to increase students' motivation to learn and to stimulate other learning activities. Now, if we are going to produce a TVBI output, then there must be a teacher. Okay, so what is the role of a teacher? As either projecting knowledge or aiding direction and comprehension of knowledge already acquired. So it's just likely the same with face-to-face class sessions. The difference is you will act like you are talking in front of your students when in fact you are facing the camera. Okay. So what are the qualities of being a good TVBI teachers? Well, first and foremost, you need to be confident. Just be yourself. You don't need to act like somebody else. Because if you're going to act somebody else, you might be stuttered in your lines because you are really trying to imitate someone. So just be yourself, just be original, okay? Because if you are confident with what you can do, then definitely that confidence will go a long way. So if you are confident, make sure also that you have a good positive mindset to play the role of being a TVBI teacher. Next is you must possess not only good but also creative in communication. So we all know that when we are teachers, if we are teachers, of course, we are not just going to deliver our lines in a straight manner, but we also need to entertain or can also utter some ad libs to make your video entertaining and easily to be so your students will able to hook in your video, okay? And with confidence and good and creative in communication skills, of course you need to sound friendly to your viewers, okay? So with what I have said about creative communications, I'd like to highlight and add on that ad libs are also accepted to add color, but do not overuse your ad libs. Okay? So if a teacher is friendly, well, definitely your video, the flow of your TVBI output would be engaging to your learners. All right? So what is video production? There are actually 3 stages in the production of video. We have pre-production, production, and post-production. So the first one that we have is pre-production. This is when the seed of your video is planted. In short, it involves identifying your goals and audience, crafting the initial video, concept, and practical planning such as budget, sets, and actors. Okay, so this pre-production stage, it is also considered as the planning stage. In planning stage for TVBI, it will not going to take just for a day. It may take number of days or weeks. It depends on the agreed and preferred concept that you wanted to have for your output. Okay, and who are the people to be involved for TVBI production? So this is the TVBI team. First, the TVBI teacher or the TV talent. Second, the script writer. Third, director. Fourth, cameraman. Fifth, video editor. Sixth, makeup artist. And the last one is graphic artist. So ideally, every individual should have this role. But sometimes we have also short or limit number of personnel who can be involved in TVBI. So if the certain person has the capacity to handle 2 roles, well, definitely that's okay. Like for an example, the script writer at the same time can also be the director, the video editor if he or she also have the skills for graphic artist, then he can also do that. And for the TVBI teacher, if he has or she has already the skills for how to beautify herself, then at the same time, she can already be the makeup artist. So I like also to highlight that for the TVBI team, it is not possible that it can be done only by one person or it can only be done by the TVBI teacher. It really needs a team or a teamwork for the TVBI output so that the quality will not also compromise. Okay, so what some other considerations that we need to in planning or in pre-production? First, to set goals. Setting the goal, this can also be planning what lesson that you are going to take and number of minutes that you want to target for that video that you're going to make. So For TVBI, it should only be maximum of 30 minutes. That should already be including the OBB and CBB. Again, OBB stands for opening billboard, CBB for the closing billboard. Okay, and then the message, of course, the message or the agreed lesson must also be there should be a clarity for your audience, no? So the message that you wanted to have, or from the planning that you have, should also be suited in your audience. And of course, you need to see to it as well that it is suited according to their grade level. Okay, and the location. For the location, it is also need to be considered in the planning, because if you are planning to have it outdoor, then you must also set a time. What exact time are you going to start your production to avoid noise and other distractions. Next is the script and the storyboard, which is script actually one of the main tool that must be done first before your production, which is later on we're going to discuss about it. And also shot list. Okay, so shot list examples are wide shot, medium shot, close up, and extreme close up. And as we progress, we will going to discuss each of them. Okay, so we have here script writing is planning the entire production. So it is already considered 70% of the word. There are actually 3 types of script. We have narrative script, which is solely be used by the NAR or the TVBI teacher. We also have production script, which can be utilized by the video technicals and the TVBI teacher. And the other one is the storyboard script, which is also a script or guide for the video editor and the graphic artist. But what I'm going to introduce to you is the production script. Okay. So we have also here approaches in developing scripts. With these approaches, these are some ideas that you may want to use in presenting your lesson through a video. So we have straight narration or teacher, you, documentary, dramatic, dialogue, abstract, or symbolic. Okay, so when you are going to plan what approach that you are going to use, well, definitely you can have more than one. For as long you can have combinations actually, as long as it would still be presentable and it's not confusing for your students. Okay, so let's first discuss about straight narration or teacher. So this includes narration of facts and messages in straightforward manner. So this is the most formal and basic way of presenting the subject. So an example of this one is, okay, I'll give you a sample. For, halimbawa, ako yung teacher, sasabihin ng teacher in a straight narration. Okay, magandang umaga mga bata. Ako ang inyong guro para sa araw na ito sa Araling Panlipunan ng ika-10 baitang. Ang tatalakayin natin ngayon ay tungkol sa economics. Okay, so that is an example of straight narration. It doesn't have any ad-libs. It is direct to the point and very formal. Okay, we have dramatic. Consists of characters depicting various roles, presentation as a climax or anticlimax, and a resolution. So with dramatic, you will going to dramatize your presentation. So depende na po yun sa inyo if applicable ba tong dramatic approach sa gagawin ninyong TVBI. Okay, then we have you approach. Audiences are addressed directly by the word you. Script is written as if the writer is talking directly to the viewers. Halimbawa po, assuming yung sa video nyo ay may pinapasagot kayo sa inyong mga students. Like for example, pinapasagot niyo si students nyo sa gawain 1. Okay, so how are we going to have the you approach? You may wanna use this line. Natapos nyo na ba ang inyong gawain? Natapos nyo na bang sagutin ang unang gawain? Then pause, assuming that the students will going to answer that question. And then the teacher will going to say, magaling! Ngayon naman, dumako tayo sa pangalawang gawain. Okay? Or, pwede rin naman na si teacher ay sasabihin, handa na ba kayo sa ating bagong lesson sa araw na ito? And there is a short pause for the learner's answer. So that is an example of you approach. Next, we have dialogue approach. Okay? So the basic element is conversation. So lesson is presented by one or more person through a conversation. So we have you approach, which is the teacher is assuming they are talking to their students and the students is answering them. But in this approach sa dialogue po, dalawa po yung presenter ng video o ng lesson. So for example, I have someone here and I will going to ask my colleague, alam mo ba kung ano yung mga sinaunang tao? And then the other one going to say, ano ba yun? And then that's already the flow of the lesson, or that's how you're going to present your lesson in dialogue approach. So by conversation until they would able to discuss other important matters related to that lesson. And documentary approach. So this is a combination of approaches with the use of voice clips, sound effects, and to make the presentation more realistic and credible. This is also very applicable for science subjects and araling panlipunan, no? So in this approach, like for an example, yung lesson po natin is mga sinaunang tao, like yung Paleolitiko, Neolitiko, Mesolitiko. So the children or the students don't have any exact idea how they exactly look like, right? So the children or the students don't have an exact idea how they exactly look like. So you may wanna present them also pictures for them to have an idea of their realistic image. Next is abstract or symbolic approach. So ideas may not be stated explicitly and audience makes own interpretation of the information presented. This is good for the arts but not for scientific and technical information. So pwede din po itong gamitin ng mga arts or MAPE teacher Okay, so we will pause for a while lang po to give way for Sir Andong for his message po. So I'll be back.
Hello, good afternoon once again. We will pause for a while for Mr. Andong Lasagas is in the line. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Regional Education Program Supervisor of the Region 9 DepEd, Mr. Andong Lasagas. Good afternoon, sir. Take it away po. Sir Andong? Hello, Sir Andong? Are you still in the MS Teams? We will call once again Mr. Andong Lasagas. Later might he come or he might speak. Now we will call once again the speaker for this afternoon, Miss Precious Ann Breva.
Welcome, I'm back. Okay, so we have some technical issues in reaching Sir Andong. So Ma'am Kim will going to try to get contact with him again. Okay, so I'll go and continue with my discussion. So yeah, abstract or symbolic approach. Ideas may not be stated explicitly and audience makes own interpretation of the information presented or image presented, no? Good for the arts, but not for scientific and technical information. So abstract and symbolic approach, this can also be through, be used for subjects that is something to do with logic, or for MAPE if they have an art which is an abstract art that needs to be interpreted and needs to be interpreted to our learning. That is an abstract or symbolic approach. Okay, now, so I had stated earlier that a script writing is 70% of the work. And this is how you will going to craft your script. So I'll be presenting to you the format in crafting your production script. So first, it should be in a short-sized bond paper, font style Arial, font size 12, double-spaced. Okay, so at the top, you're going to indicate the reference, the learning area. We have there Araling Panlipunan, grade level, quarter, title, and the most essential competency. Okay, so in a production script, you can see a 3-column. So the first column is the line number. Second is the video. Third is audio. Video and audio is the copy black. And also the page number, which should be in the top right part of our bond paper. Okay, so for the line number, these are the indicators or line numbers for the TVBI teacher or for the narrator or NAR. Okay, as you see, makikita po natin 1, 2, 3, which is in line lang po talaga siya sa NAR part, which is sa audio. So we have here sa video, by the way, the video part or the video column is to be utilized by the director, cameraman, video editor. Yun po. So we have here under the video, insert OBB for 15 seconds. So meaning, they will going to insert the opening billboard, which is yung short video clip po ng DepEd TV as an intro. No? And then, there is also an instruction which is also which is where you finally get to make the video that has been in your hand for weeks, possibly even months. Kasi nga po yung paggawa ng script, hindi naman po, pag seryoso ay hindi naman po talaga siya madali, no? So, it may take longer time for you to create a good quality of script. So, it depends. Okay, so production stage is also considered as shooting or video shoot part of the TVBI. So what are the things that also needs to be considered? First, equipment. So equipments to be used for indoor. The team can always or can have the option to have green screen video shoot, which is exactly what we are doing right now. So we are in green screen. Okay? And if they don't want the green screen, then they can also use the actual classroom structure. So depende po kung ano yung nasa plano ng team. Okay? For good quality of the video, then lighting equipment is also recommended, as well as a good quality of camera and a microphone as well for good capture or recordings of the voice of the teacher. Okay, and the time should also be agreed, or should also be part for the production. Definitely during the production, the time that where you're going to start your video shoot needs to be considered as well, because especially po if you are planning to have it outside, so may certain time talaga kung kailan magiging maingay yung surroundings ng location na yon, or yung kailan yung time na best to start for your video shoot. So ganong concept po. Even in classroom, not all the time the classroom is the surroundings of the classroom is silent. So Intelligent. It is the one that is most adaptable to change. Hey, so I hope you learned something about me today in the basic principle of television-based instruction development. Once again, I am Precious Ann B. Perocho from Toribio Minor National High School. So thank you so much for listening and keep safe.
Thank you so much, Miss Precious and Breva, for a well-profound discussion this afternoon.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will not take this long and start our next session. We are grateful to have Mr. Al R. Pastor, Master Teacher of Mitsalip National High School, to discuss the topic about how to prepare activity sheets based on ADM materials. Let us all welcome Mr. Al Pastor.
Pastor.
Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Marani M. Jacinto, CISO 6. R2, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Raymond M. Salvador, CC, and Dr. Romeo M. Daligdig. To our CID Chief, Dr. Juliet A. Magallanes, and to the Chief of the SGOD, Dr. Ernesto Tardo, and to the most amazing mother of Team Arling Palipunan na punong-puno ng fun, the ever beautiful and motherly education program supervisor, Dr. Alma Laput Carbonilla, and to the rest of the education program supervisors in all learning subject areas. My co-facilitators, ITU, principal school heads, technical working group, and to all the subject coordinators, and to all the teacher participants, and above all, to the Heavenly Father above, have a healthy afternoon to all of us. Please allow me to present to you my topic. This is all about the learning activity sheets. The objectives of this training, first, is to orient the writers and evaluators on the prescribed template specifications and workshop based learning activity sheets, or this is also known as LES. Second, to equip the learning activity sheets development team with the needed knowledge, skills, and positive attitudes toward producing MELT-based learning activity sheets for learners used in the different teaching delivery modalities. What is activity sheet? LES is one of the most essential and guided activity with a corresponding series of instructions, directions of which our young learners, our students can easily grasp, comprehend, and can easily perform the series of activities because the learners are really guided and motivated of what would be the things that they are going to undertake without any pressure, using the contextualized resources in our community. This is all about the overview, parts, and template the Department of Education learning activity sheets that shall be utilized by learners during the home learning sessions. The content of this presentation was retrieved from the teacher page.com DepEd learning activity sheets. I know that majority of the participants have already oriented on this, and some are writers, especially in crafting and making LES. These LES serve as supplementary activities or additional activity given to our students or learners, especially those students who got a low scores or yung may mga mababang performance in a specific learning areas. So paano ba gumawa ng LES gamit ang isang uniform template na ibinaba ng DepEd? So please keep on watching my presentation. Relative to the implementation of new normal for the school year 2021-2022, the development of the learning activity sheets or LES shall be based on the most essential learning competencies MELT issued by the central office. I know that all of us are very much familiar with this MELT. So out of those learning competences that we have from our curriculum guide, or this is also known as our CG, ay binabawasan yun at kinukuha na lamang yung most essential learning competences or MELT, at doon tayo nagbe-base sa paggawa ng learning activity sheets na ibibigay natin sa ating mga estudyante. Okay, stage 1. The case stage 1, this includes grades 1, 2, and 3. Learning areas shall be prepared by their own respective SDOs based on their mother tongue base used as methods of teaching. Preparation of the case stage 2, grades 4, 5, and 6, and K stage 3, junior high school for grades 7, 8, 9, and 10, and K stage 4 for senior high school, grades 11 and 12, shall be based on a grade distribution per grade levels. So because of this, we teachers are being required to make these learning activity sheets aside from the module that being introduced to our learners. Importance of learning activity sheets. For the learning facilitator, the LES will help you facilitate the teaching learning activities specified in each most essential learning competencies or MELC, with a minimal or no face-to-face encounter between you and the learner. This will be made available to the learners with the references linked with the independent learning. So to the teachers, LES is one of the most essential part of these pandemic times. The most important part of the teacher is to always make a follow-up to our dear learners and also to the parents. Have a contact numbers or even make a certain group chats or any platforms to ensure that you're always connected with them, what is intended to be given to them. And this time, allow me to present to you the parts of the DepEd learning activity sheets, and this is also known as LES. First is we have the heading. So ano po ba ang nilalaman ng heading na importanteng i-fill in ng ating mga estudyante? We have the name of the learner, complete name required them to write, grade level, section, and date. This is very important that our students need to fill in this heading part of the learning activity sheets. For us teachers, easily give the corresponding scores in a certain learning activity sheets na ating ibibigay sa kanila. So ito po ang kabuuan na nilalaman ng heading. Next part is what we call as the content. The most important part is the content kasi ito po talaga ay pinag-isipan ng mabuti ng mga teachers na gumagawa ng LES. Kung paano niya gagawin ang content. So the title of the activity should be based the most essential learning competencies of which our lessons are being taken on topics na gagawa ng LES. Next is background information of learners. The background information of learners, these are the brief discussions of the lesson. If possible, cite examples. This is also known as abstraction or what to process. Example in Aling Palipunan, kung maaari iwasan natin ang shortcuts, please be detailed or please be specific in giving our examples. It should be step by step so that our learners are guided of what would be the things that we need to do. Number 2 is the learning competency with code. Refer to the curriculum guide and or a pivot for a budget of work and look for the MELC. MELCs can be identified through the number assigned to it. In getting the learning competency code, we just need to copy the learning competency from the pivot for a budget of work. At kung wala doon, naka-indicate na copy, pwede tayong mag-refer sa ating curriculum guide or CG. And that is very important that we are strictly follow the MELC and the total number of days being taught or introduced. Of course, the total number of days po siya tinuturo, ganon din i-answer ng ating mga estudyante gamit ang LES. The next part is what we call as the directions or instructions. It is important to make your directions or instructions clear and concise to learners for their independent learning. Take note po mga kapwa ko guro, this is homeschooling and independent learning. Kapag nasa school tayo, kapag tayo po ay nagbibigay ng instructions, we keep on repeating twice or even thrice upon giving our instructions to our students. The purpose is to make it sure that our learners or our students yes or totally klaro pa sa kanila at naintindihan kung ano ang dapat nilang gawin based on instructions given to us. Most especially ngayon na nasa bahay lang sila, so we really make it sure that the directions or instructions given to them ay mas klaro, no? At mas madali nilang maintindihan at madali rin nilang masasagutan. Tama po ba? The work is exercises or activities. Make your activity engaging and interesting. We have the different kinds of exercises or activities that our students enjoy while learning even at home. Sa parte po ito po din ang isa sa pinaka-importanting parte ng LES. Halimbawa, napansin ng ating estudyante sa mga activities na pinapasagawa natin sa kanila ay pabalik-balik na lamang. Example, find the missing word o kung ano-ano pang klaseng magawain of which ang bata ay parang feel nila na. So ano po ba ang dapat natin gawin upang ito ay maiwasan? Una, gawin natin napaka-exciting ang mga gawain na ipasagawa natin sa kanila. Pangalawa, lagyan ng twist kung yung makabago naman na kung saan mas magiging agresibo ang ating mga mag-aral sa pagsagot sa naturang gawain. Pangatlo, we can make also reward system, no? Ito pa isang intervention na kung saan may kayat natin ang ating mga mag-aral na gumawa ng mga bagay-bagay na mas doble o triple pa ang effort na kanilang gagawin. Of course, meron silang matatanggap na rewards after doing a certain activity. So, sino po ba ang nakasubok na nito? So, I know, mostly of the teachers doing this one. So, sa pagbigay mo ng LES, na nakanote na doon sa separate na papel kung sino ang maka-perfect o makakuha ng mataas na marka sa lahat ng mga gawain o activities, ay bibigyan natin ng reward. So, depende na yan sa atin kung anong reward ang ating ibibigay sa kanila. Pero, meron pa rin isang konting problema, especially enjoyable, exciting, especially on the activities introduced to them. So, yun po, no? Sa exercises and activities. Gawin nating napakasigla ang mga exercises, mga gawain na ating introduce sa ating mga estudyante. Para naman, at the end of the day, pag the moment we collect their LAs, so sa pag-check pa lang natin, doon na natin makikita na yung estudyante natin ganadong-ganado sa pagsagot sa ating mga gawain. Pero, pag yung mga activities na inintroduce natin, medyo pabalik-balik na, of course, hindi natin makukuha the total attention ng ating mga estudyante. Most especially na sila lang mismo, no, ang nagsasagot sa naturang gawain. So, yun po ang exercises and activities. Next part is guide questions. Guide questions if necessary. It is essential that our LEs has guide questions. It is another form of assessment on how much they have learned with the lesson. It provides an assessment, learners' knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values. Ano po bang ibig sabihin nito? One way of assessing our students is by giving an open-ended questions, or this is also known as guide questions. More or less, para maiwasan ang labis na kopyahan, based on experience, no, sa 1 year in operation, sa pagbibigay natin ng modules or LES, para ma-assess ng maayos ang ating mga estudyante, dapat subjective ang pagsagot nila nito. Example, how did you find our activity? Did you able to answer all the activity given? Saang part or saang parte kayo nahihirapan? Anong techniques ang ginawa nyo para masagot ang mga katanungan? So just like that questions. So by means of guide questions, we will be able to assist our learners or our students easily. This is also known as an analysis or a certain guide questions of which we can determine our students how they really understand or even comprehend with regards to the certain topics given to them. So nagdepende po sa guide questions na binibigay natin. Pag klaro lahat yung mga questions na binibigay natin, of course, our students also are always guided kung ano ang kanilang dapat gawin at kung ano ang isasagot nila sa mga katanungan nating binibigay sa kanila. Di ba? Mas klaro yan? The same as yung sa face-to-face po tayo. So the moment we will give a certain question sa our learners, pag hindi mas klaro maintindihan sa ating estudyante, of course, pag check natin sa output nila, we can simply determine na anong nangyari ang ating mga estudyante, bakit ganito lang nakuha nilang scores. Of course, nagdepende yan sa guide questions na binibigay natin sa kanila. Kaya sinasabi ko, pag klaro yung guide questions natin, of course, mas madaling maintindihan ng ating mga estudyante. So we'll make it simple, no, para mas madaling maintindihan ng ating mga estudyante. So that is the part 5 of our LES, the guide questions. Next part is this one, rubric for grading if necessary. Sometimes upon giving a certain activity, we tend to forget giving a certain rubrics. Kung kaya ang ating estudyante ay medyo naguguluhan, no? They don't have a so-called a basis of which kung ano po ba ang kanilang gagawin. Kasi nga wala kang rubrics na ibinibigay, most especially if performance tasks, no? So ano po ba itong rubric? This rubric for grading will assist students' performance or work. It is important in the grading process for both teachers and students for consistent and fair assessment and grading. This rubric will allow the students to reflect on their work and focus on how to improve in the future. Hindi po lahat ng panahon, no, paper pencil type yung ibibigay natin pasulit. Rubric could be a holistic or it could be analytic. It could be a rubric coming from the teachers or coming from the internet that could also be modified. Sometimes in giving our LES, it could be a performance task because it would be consistent and fair in giving our judgments, our assessment upon giving their points and grades based on the given rubric. A rubric helps our learners to perform well because they're more much aware and oriented the details stipulated on the rubrics. They are much more guided on a particular or specific task they are going to undertake. This will also help them to improve and reflect that next time around, our students will do the best that must always anchored to the rubrics given to them. So that our learners will get the highest point scores if possible. This will help also lessen the doubts or even questions of our learners why they got such scores without any basis. So because of these rubrics, everything would be put in place. It will be in order, fair, and just. So, di ba? Sa pamamagitan nito, yung mga estudyante natin, guided sila kung ano ang kanilang gagawin, most especially yung sinasabi ko kanila, performance task. Kasi nga, meron tayong rubric. This is a basis for us kung paano po natin sila i-assess upon giving their points based on the performance being presented to our learners. So, yun po ang rubric for grading. So, that number 6 po siya, no, sa part ng LES. The next part is reflection. Ano po ba itong reflection? Reflection or the use of reflective learning embedded in multimodal assessment should not only direct feedback process but also promote personal reflection process where learners reflect more on their knowledge, skills, attitudes, values, aspirations, and actions has contributed in making the society a better place for all. This allows learners to think about what they have taught, read, seen, understand and learn by relating these concrete concepts to their own lives. So this is very self-explanatory. Of course, in every activity, there is always a values integration. This is to ensure that our learners see the real application of the certain topic on a real life situation. So napakalaga talaga ng reflection sa bawat activity na binibigay natin. So that is all about reflection. The next part is we have the so-called references for learners. Learning materials are important because they can significantly increase students' achievement by supporting student learning. I think this is also very important, no? Napakalaga talaga ang references for learners. Bakit? Kasi ito ang magsusupport sa kanilang studies, most especially kung walang mag-assist sa kanila, like their parents, guardians, or even their housemates. Kaya napakalaki ng role ng paggawa ng learning activity sheets or LES para sa ating mga estudyante. Kapag modular naman, kasi limited lamang resources katulad ng module or learning package or any available materials at home na pwedeng magamit sa ating mga estudyante. It could also be blended or online. Napakalaking tulong ang educational websites or tutorial videos in YouTube na nauso ngayon na mas madaling matutunan ng ating mga mag-aaral. Advantage on the part of our learners, meron silang gadgets, no, like smartphones, tablets, laptop, etc. At yung internet connection. Yun nga lang, hindi lahat ng mga ating mga parents o ating mga estudyante may kapasidad na makaprovide. Kung kaya, pinakamalaking hamon sa ating mga kapwa ko guro na tayo po talaga ay gagawa mismo ng learning activity sheets, no? Just to give a supplementary materials sa ating mga estudyante. So, that is for references for learners. The next part is answer key. This one, no? So, according to research, the use of answer key affects the learning of math for academically weak students, no, according to research. Answer keys, especially ones that include the steps used to arrive at the answer, could potentially improve the learning of math as it would provide students with a model solution that could assist in order to learn how to solve questions that they might not otherwise have been able to complete. It is also the same thing with other learning subjects. So why do we need to put our answer key on our LES? Bakit po ba importante na isulat natin doon ang ating answer key? Para po ba ito ay kopyahin agad at makakuha ng mataas na scores ng ating mga estudyante? Ano po ba ang role ng isang answer key? Bakit kailangan nating ibigay sa ating mga estudyante? At paano tayo mag-provide ng answer key? Ang pagbibigay ng ay isang basihan upang ang ating estudyante ay maisatama ang kanilang mga sagot or kasagutan. This is also a matter of reflection. Bakit? So that the next time around, the moment they will answer a certain activity or a given exercises, no, most especially in Araling Palipunan, pupunan na nila ang tama at mali. At mas lalo pa nilang gagalingan sa susunod na pagkakataon upang maiayos ng tama. Kaya lang, meron akong napupunang maliit na problema nito. Bakit? Sa kadahilanan ang ating mga mag-aral ay ayaw na nilang bumasa. Bagkus, sila po ay dumidiretso na sa answer key. At doon na po tayo, at doon na po natatapos ang lahat. No, di ba? Napapansin niyo ba? That majority of our learners, the moment we will check their output, yung mga guide questions doon, hindi na nila sinasagot. They tend to answer only those questions na mayroong answer key. Di ba? Tama po ba? Correct me if I'm wrong. No? So, Sa pamamagitan nun, ma-reflect natin na ang ating mga estudyante ay hindi na bumasa sa module kasi nga pumunta na sila dito sa answer key, no? Ang kanilang sagot ay doon lamang sa mga questions na mayroong answer key. So this is quite alarming, di po ba? Pinaghirapan yata natin ang paggawa ng module or LES at ganon-ganon na lang, no? Time, effort, and money ang involved dito. Of course, ano po ba ang posibleng dahilan? Saan kaya ang problema nito? Si DepEd, no, ang Department of Education, ang departamento natin gumastos ng milyon-milyong halaga para lang maibigay kung ano ang dapat para sa mga bata. Di ba? Saan kaya ang problema ngayon? Wala po akong sinisisi ha. Baka yung mga modules or LES na nakatambak lang hindi naigalaw. Example, no? Hindi naigalaw ni teacher. Wala joy check or hindi rin sinubmit ni bata or sa ating estudyante. Pura lang sa mga teachers na weekly na binibalik yung modules or LES sa kanilang mga estudyante na gumagawa talaga ng tracking report, no? Ano po ba itong tracking report? Ang tracking report po ay we simply determine our learners kung sino yung weekly na nag-submit ng modules at sino yung weekly na kumukuha ng modules. Pero pag masyadong busy si teacher, hindi na siya nakagawa ng tracking report, and it so happened na, naku, 2 months na pala, hindi si Juan, si Pedro, hindi nakasubmit ng module, hindi rin kumukuha ng module. Na ganun. Doon pa lang nagkakaproblema na tayo. No? Or at the end of the quarter, shall we say, first quarter, isang module lang ang kinuha, hindi pa naibalik. O, paano natin yan may assess? Papasok dyan ang magic system ngayon. O, si department head or si principal. O, sige, submit kayo ng grades sa first quarter. O, paano tayo ngayon mag-submit ng grades? Eh, isang module lang na ibalik ni bata. So, papasok na dyan si magic system. So, if we have our tracking report, no, this is one of the best practices, we keep on tracking our learners. Para doon pa lang, malalaman natin na si Talpulano, si Talpulana, isa lang module na submit, hindi pa nakakuha ng pangalawang module. So, because of the tracking report, agad-agad pwede nating kontakin ang ating estudyante. Kaya nga sinasabi ko kanina, we'll make our group chats. No? That is a simple intervention upang ma-assess natin, ma-monitor natin ang ating mga estudyante. Most especially, yung bata na yan ay nakatira. Siguro mga 3 to 5 na bundok pa ang lalakarin. So, paano yan, sir? Walang signal doon. Paano po natin ma-reach out ang bata? So, maraming paraan po para ma-reach out natin si bata, no? So, kung pwede, yung kanilang mga kapitbahay na always mag-submit ng modules or kung hindi nga natin sila ma-reach out, we'll make another alternative or even a certain intervention. Pwede natin padala ng communication letter. O pag hindi pa rin mag-respond ang parents ng bata sa communication letter na pinapadala natin sa kanila, just make a home visitation. No? So, yun po, no? Gawan natin ng tracking. Doon pa lang, masusubok na natin kung anong klaseng teacher or guro tayo. Kung tayo po ba ay concerned sa ating mga mag-aaral. No? Pero yung iba, bahala ng estudyante na yan. Ay, sas, mapasaron ta na, module bitaw niya. Wala po tayong ginawang mga interventions. So, ano yan ngayon? Sino po ang questionable dyan? Sino po ang talo? Talo na nga si bata, talo pa si teacher, so wala na. So, by means of that, we should always make a follow-up. A simple intervention can change the life of our learners. No? So, bigyan natin ng halaga kasi nga, wala na to sa ligya tong sweldo pero mo gigikuan sa tanan, no? Musugot tag sa dili, yun po talaga ang katotohanan. So, yun po si answer K. Napaka-importante po, no? I really salute those teachers na very dedicated on their profession, no? They keep on monitoring, making tracking reports, making always a follow-up to their learners, based ang pagtuwa tumoy sa buntod, pila ka suba, but still, nire-reach out nila ang bata. I really salute those type of teachers. No? Congratulations for that. So that is for answer K. Parang ang layo-layo ng discussion mo sila, answer K lang yan ah. So the next part is, we have, okay, ito na. No? So the last part is prepared by, sino yung gumagawa, then the name of the writer. So if you think na ikaw lang mismo ang gumawa ng LAS, so solo mo yan, no? Credit mo yan. And if dalawa kayo, so you just write down na kayong dalawa ang writers sa LAS. And just to make a summary, we have the parts of the DepEd learning activity sheets. Kanina po, no, mga same ARPAN, nagpapadala na po ko sa group chats natin the official template ng DepEd sa LAS natin. No, pinapadala ko na kanina. So this is only a sort of overview. So ito po ang kabuuan ng ating LAS. No, kung makikita nyo dyan sa screen, baka yung iba tulog na dyan kasi nga ang oras ngayon. Okay, yan. So there are 9 parts of LES. So last sample, this one for Araling Panlipunan 7. So i-flash ko na lang ha. I know that we are PAN teachers, no? Alam na natin ito kasi po nakalagawa na tayo ng module. Then so again, we'll make these learning activity sheets more challenging, more exciting, more fun and exciting. I hope that you have learned something, especially making our learning activity sheets. Sana po nag-enjoy kayo at handa na po sa panibagong hamon. We really need to embrace the new normal kay mao man ay atong gipili nga job, unsay atong gi-enter at tuwa jud ning jabon. So before I end, let's spread positivity, happy sharing, happy learning. I can, you can. Together, para sa bata, para sa bayan. It's more fun in ARPAN. Laban! Ito po ang inyong lingkod, Al Revilla Pastor ng Mitsalip National High School. Maraming salamat po sa ating lahat. Congratulations and may God bless us all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Al, for a much engaging session.
Are you still willing to learn this afternoon for our last session? Yes, it is true. And now, dear participants, get ready to entertain and to travel around the country or even our districts to discuss about Balik Kasaysayan. Let's all welcome once again the ever motherly education program supervisor of Araling Panlipunan, Dr. Alma Lapot Carbonilla.
makasaysayan, mapagpala, at mabiyayang hapon po sa ating lahat. I said mapagpala because we are so blessed na umabot na tayo sa last part of this training. Talagang sinikap nating maipasok yung lahat ng mga aralin para bukas tayo gumawa na yung workshop, ng mga work outputs, kasi the next day of the training is a holiday on Monday. So sinikap nating maipasok ngayon para on Monday, ang gagawin nyo na lang is mag-evaluate, mag-assess sa mga modules na available, RBI, TVBI, and activity sheets na gagawin nyo. And you are going to report on the third day of the training, which is Tuesday. Kaunti lang pong pagpupulong ang gagawin natin via MS Teams kasi alam ko meron na naman kayong other activity on the VINSET, no? Yung virtual inset ng lahat ng teachers. It's a national training. So, see you on Tuesday via MS Teams. However, ngayon, pag-usapan muna natin ang writing of a travelogue. Travelogue because you are traveling and making a dialogue out of your travel. In short, travelogue siya pero ito ay isang balik kasaysayan activity which was launched still way back 2018. Ngayon lang po natin na pag-usapan dahil po sa kakulangan ng funds. Kakulangan po ng budget para po maisagawa ito in Chandler Suites or in Mardale. And luckily, naipasok natin ngayon, merong funds, kaya lang virtual naman yung ating pag-uusapan. Bilis-bilisan natin. What is a travelogue? It is a truthful account of an individual's experiences traveling, usually told in the past tense. Take note, ang gagawin yung travelogue ay past tense and in the first person. Okay. Travelogue is the how of it. Step 1. Decide on the types of travelogue you will write. Okay? You're going to decide anong klaseng travelogue ang gagawin ko. And I will challenge you to have an output of this travelogue in this training. Whoever will be challenged, accept the challenge to do the travelogue, I will give you a certificate. These are the types of travelogue. Paper travelogue, kung ito ay nakasulat sa papel. Ito ay isang journal. Ito ay isang 2 to 3 pages na basahin, magazine, whatever. Pamphlet, na pwede ng travelogue, ang isang pamphlet to isang page na tinupi, magiging 4 na faces of the paper. Paper travelogue yun. PowerPoint travelogue, pwede din. PowerPoint yung pagdi-discuss nyo kung ano ang mga pangyayari, ano ang mga memorable events doon sa travel ninyo. Of course, virtual travelogue. Virtual, para siyang video. Video presentation of your travel. It's in the web. If it's posted in the web, that is still considered travelogue. And poster travelogue. If it's a one-page na poster, nakadikit lang dyan, hindi siya tinutupi, pero parang 1/4 page of a Manila paper, 1/2 page of a Manila paper, poster travelogue yun. Mamili kayo kung anong gagawin nyo. But the most easy travelogue is through paper. Kung pwede din kayo, magaling kayo sa video, pwede din sa virtual na travelogue. Let's do step 2. After identifying what type of travelogue you are going to prepare, read the itinerary and decide on the focus of your travelogue. Of course, may step 1 ka. Saan ako pupunta? Sa isang lake ng Zamboanga del Sur. Then, doon, anong gagawin mo? By hours yun. By oras. Lagay mo yun sa itinerary mo kung anong gagawin mo by this time. Saan ko pupunta? Sinong i-interviewin mo? Decide na. Read your itinerary. Research about your topic by finding information, taking notes, jotting down ideas, and taking pictures. Of course, you have to take pictures to support the beauty of your travelogue. On Tuesday, during our closing program. Okay. Next, step 5 is write your own travelogue. Meron ka namang travelogue, meron pictures ka na, meron ka ng data, meron ka ng ideas, naka-jot down ka na ng notes, nakapag-interview ka na ng tao, paano pala ito, ano pala nangyayari dito. So ano yung mga areas na pwede mong gawan ng travelogue? Ay pinakapunta ka sa isang lugar, this is a historical place kung saan dito, like Tukuran, nagawa na po namin ang travelogue si Tukuran. Alan Caballero has already prepared a travelogue on Barangay Militar na kung saan dyan po nakalagay yung isang bomba ba yon ang nakalagay doon? It's a mortar, basta hanggang ngayon yung bomba na yan naka-display dyan sa St. Columban College campus, nasa campus siya ngayon. Nasa Barangay Militar po yun, yung pagti-take over ng mga militar doon sa mga Hapon, parang ganon yon. You have to interview. History yun, mga historical places of your place. Pwede na rin local na heroes, di ba? Sino yung mga local heroes? Sino yung nag-rescue nang masunog ang barangay Chuchucho, nang masunog ang barangay ng poblasyon ng city, ng ano ba yun, yung baybayin, yung area ng seaport ng San Pedro? Di ba at time may mga taong nagsilbing hero? Blow up the story. Get the idea. Sino yung mga taong ganon? Sino yung mga taong nagbuwis buhay? Di ba may mga nagbuwis buhay? Kahit ano yun, baha ba yun? Or kaya during this pandemic, sino yung namayagpag na icon in terms of helpfulness and extending arms for the needy? And then, ano pa? Pwedeng history, local heroes na naturally ang mga heroes natin, pwede ding historical places, pwede ding ano yung mga events na mga importante. O kaya lindol yung sa Visayas na yung sa Bohol na meron siyang sinishake talaga yung Bohol. Na nasira talaga yung Chocolate Hills, pwede yung gawa ng travelogue. Dati ito yun. Ngayon tingnan mo nang nangyari doon sa simbahan ng ano ba yung pinakasentro doon sa Bohol. Yun po, pwede niyong gawan yung mga travelogue. Ano dito? Ano kaya? Ang pwede nating travelogue na gawin is sa Pagadian City, yung kaniyang tsunami, di ba? Di ba winasak ng tsunami ang Pagadian City? You can do that travelogue and then blow up. Gagawin, tingnan natin. Di ba makakagawa kayo? And then, we will publish that. Alam mo yung travelogue ni Alan Caballero, we are trying now to publish that travelogue. And if ever it will pass through the regional QA, aabot yan hanggang central office QA. And we will upload that in the DepEd portal. Pag naka-DepEd portal yan, that's 20% of in the ranking having developed an instructional materials in the central office level. Yun, napakalaking challenge yan sa inyo. Okay, balikan natin. Our step, decide on the types of travelogue, read the itinerary of your travelogue, on the focus of your travelogue, research about the topic, take pictures, take down notes, look at sample travelogues, and write on your own travelogue. Kaya yan mga kapatid. Next, on writing the travelogue, let us be guided on these things. You might be asking, what is a good travel writing? Ano ba yung mga magagandang usapin? Yung mga kwentong may kwenta. Yung mga kwentong may kwenta, yung biyahin yung may kwenta. Hindi lang lakwat siya, pero pwedeng mag-gain ng recognition from the central office. Recognition by the division and the region. It must be informative, it must be entertaining, it must be honest, and it must be inspiring. Huwag kayong mag-isip na kailangan kong gawin ito, idagdag ito just for the purpose of entertaining the readers. Hindi po. Dapat honest ito, inspiring, and informative. Okay. Writing process plan. First, determine the purpose. Anong purpose mo? To blow up the life of a person in a certain place? To track down the history of the ancient times? Sino yung mga ancient na settlers ng lugar na yan? Sample lang I just would like to take the example of a story. While we're traveling from Bayog, I was driving from Bayog down to the city and we passed by Lakewood. One of the Lakewood, yung mga old people from Lakewood said, "Ma'am, alam mo pa ma'am, may mga tao na tinawag na narata ba yun? I cannot remember exactly. Berlin Polinar told me, ma'am, may mga tao dati ma'am, na iba yung kanilang mata. Yung mata nila ma'am ay kakaiba. Sila talaga yung nanirahan dito sa baybayin ng Lakewood. Tong lake na to, sila yung inhabitants doon. Time come na parang kinukutsa na sila, parang binugaw sila, parang ano mong tawag doon? Pinaalis sila, and then doon na sila nanirahan sa bundok dahil nga may mga tao na sila na yung naghahari-harian doon sa lake. And then dilagyan lang sila ng lugar doon. And then until now, the story remains that they were the ones who tilled, who developed, who took care of that Lakewood. Accordingly, isang Dr. Woods daw ang nag-dive to try to attempt to measure the depth of that lake, and then he was not able to go up and he's not able to surface the level of the water. So namatay po siya. Accordingly, siya ay si Dr. Woods, kaya tinawag daw na Lakewood. I don't know, kayo po yung mag-research doon, kayo po yung gumawa ng storya. Storyang may kwenta. Yun po. And that's a travelogue. You're going to take notes of the records and events and conversations, collect brochures, maps, take pictures, review notes, and pictures. Kung makapagkuha pa kayo ng picture doon sa tao na tayon, kasi until now, nandyan pa daw yung mga local settlers ng lake dati. Hanggang ngayon, may mga kakaiba pa daw mata. Iwan ko, nakatakot naman ako doon. Sige, kung makakuha kayo ng picture, that would make your travelogue very interesting. Syllable yun eh. In writing process, you are going to make an outline. Of course, the outline must be historical and cultural in background, the atmosphere of the place, the humor, and of course, write the content. May humor. Ano bang kababalaghan? Ano bang katawa-tawa? Ano bang kakaiba sa kwento na to? Baka tulad lang yan na ng ordinaryong kwento na hindi naman siya masyadong interesting. Ayun yung challenge ninyo. Travel writing toolkit. First, be detailed and specific. Detail is what transports the reader to the destination. Kung kulang yung detalye mo, naghang yung isip ng tao. What's next? Ano nangyari doon sa taong kakaiba yung mata? Bakit sila kusang umalis? Binayaran ba sila? Inoffer ba sa kanila yung isang lugar doon na doon sila safety? Bakit? May pinatay ba sa kanila? Yun yung mga tanong, no? You need to paint a picture of the place in their mind. You are going to create a scenario, yung dating scenario na sa kung saan noon, ganito ang itsura ng kanilang bahay. Make a very interesting description of the real scenario on of the years that has passed. Now, I will bring you here to a sample of a travelogue. I hope you'll be able to make this. Kung kaya niyo mag-sample ng isang travelogue book, yung bukas hanggang Lunes, hanggang Linggo, kahit sample na pag-iikot niyo sa inyong lugar. Halimbawa na lang, punta kayo sa isang simbahan. Sino ang unang nagpatayo sa simbahan na to? Anong nangyari? Ay, yung pari, pinatay. Okay, yung pari, mayroong mga problema. Kaya, nang siya'y nagkaganito, lumipat sa dito. Ipinangalan ang lugar na ito sa ganito. Pumalit naman ang isang ganito. Ang namumuno sa lugar na ito ay ganito. Tingnan ko yung challenge na yan kung may mai-present kayo. UR Qualcies 1, 2, 3 ay challenge na may makagawa ng travelogue. 1 from Qualcy 1, 1 from Qualcy 2, and 1 from Qualcy 3. Challenge ko yan sa inyo. Ano? 1 from Qualcy 4, 1 from Qualcy 5, and 1 from Qualcy 6. Kasi 4, 5, 6 pala kayo ngayon. Tingnan ko lang, ganito lang kasi yung itsura ng travelogue. Ito ang isla ng Corregidor. tayo na sa isla ng Corregidor at balikan ang nanahimik na mga armas at artilleriya na dati sing-init ng bulkan ang pagbuga. Tulad din ng nooy bulkang Corregidor, puerto na naging sandigan at simbolo ng tapang at adhikain ng bansa na maging malaya. Di ba bulaklakin, mabulaklakin, pero very colorful, very artistic, very rich in terms of appreciating, in terms of sa ano yon, yung describing the place or an object. Another sample. Use all your senses. Remember, the sight, the smell, the touch, hearing, and taste are essential elements in writing a travelogue. Yung parang ninamnam talaga ng tao yung kinain mo, na parang yung sa storya mo palang lasap na lasap nila yung lasa. Tingnan natin ha. Masarap ang pagkain. Humahalimuyak na kanin mula sa bulubundukin ng Bukidnon. At haguran ang ating mga lalamunan ng paghimagas na durian at pumelo ng Davao na sinamahan ng manamis-namis na lambanog ng Quezon at pagdakay mainit at matapang na kapeng barako ng Batangas. O diba? Parang ininom mo rin talaga yung kape ng barako ng Batangas. Parang na rin singhot mo rin talaga yung humalimuyak na kanin. Parang feel mo rin yung umuusok na binakol ng Iloilo. O yun, di ba? Yun po yung paglalarawan natin gamit ang ating mga mabulaklakin at rich culture of words. Dapat meron tayong gift of the tongue. Yung ganang bagay. Number 3, include characters and dialogue. Locals, other travelers, and historical figures. Yung mga tao. Sino yung mayor? Sino yung nagpapaganda ng Pagadian City? Try to research kung sino yun. Ito yung pinatayo niya. Naglagay. Okay, ngayon, gumagawa na tayo ng C3. Ganyan. Dati, ano pala yan? Ngayon, meron na namang ongoing construction ng Robinsons. Yung napakalaking Robinson na yan. Na dati ay ang Pagadian City Pilot School, now being transformed into community, government offices, and of course, our oval. Pero sa ngayon, pinag-iisipan ng gawing statue ng Robinsons sa, mall. Yun. Hinikayat ko kayo, makagawa, kahit simple. Gusto kong i-present nyo yan. 1 from Colsi 4, 5, and 6. Next, avoid cliches. Cliché. Tired, overused expressions that have lost their descriptive power. Yun yung mga cliché. Huwag na masyadong yung boring, nakakaumay, yung palagi na lang pabalik-balik na mga adjectives. Huwag na masyado yun kasi makakawala ng descriptive power. Sumubra naman. Okay. Show, don't tell. No? Kung bagang sabihin, huwag na lang masyadong maraming salita. Isang salita lang. Pero nakakapsulize doon yung lahat ng gusto mong sabihin. Ito. Another sample na naman ng travelogue. Biyahing vegan muna tayo ngayon. Busugin ang ating mga pandama sa mga obra ng pinagsamang Hispaniko at Asyanong kultura at arkitektura na pinatibay at pinag-ingatang tulad ng isang yamang di matitibag ng panahon. Halina't baybayin ang katedral ng vegan, mag-iwan ng mga yapak sa batong lansangan ng Plaza Salcedo at Plaza Burgos. During the time when I was made to participate in this baliksasayan, I was assigned to be in vegan. Doon ako sa vegan na-assign. Kaya pinuntahan namin yung Plaza Salcedo, yung Calle Crisologo, mga Plaza Burgos, yun pinuntahan namin yan. Simpleng plaza lang siya. Kaya lang ang daming storya na nabuo. Doon si Emilio Aguinaldo, doon si Nilang, may storya doon na si Gregorio del Pilar, na yun pala, nanay niya pala, ang tatay niya ay na kulong. Itong nanay ay bumisita sa tatay na nakulong. Doon siya ipinanganak sa kulungan. Yun yung mga storya na ginawa namin ng travelogue. Masarap balikan yung nakaraan, yung mga storya. At alam nyo, kayo din ay gumawa ng sarili nyong storya. Storya na mayaman sa impormasyon at mayaman sa kultura. Yan. Ito another sample. Kalakip ng bato-batong daraanan ng mukha ng kulturang masisilayan sa mga produktong tulad ng burnay at pagkain tulad ng umuusok na sinanglaw. Mga museo, marami diyan dito, gaya ng museo ng Crisologo, yun na si Kalye Crisologo. Di nga katakatakang ang vegan ay nasa tala ng World Heritage Center. Yung Kalye Crisologo po, nang napuntahan namin, akala ko ano talaga ganda yung Kalye Crisologo. Ito pala, isa lang diyang simpleng kalye. Pero yung bahay ay nagsilakihan yung mga bahay na talagang Spaniards pa po talaga yung nagpatayo. Hispanic ko nga, Spaniards talaga. It's the Spaniards who constructed those buildings. At sinikap nilang i-preserve yung mga houses na yon. Kaya nga, very historical si Kalye Crisologo. Doon nangyayari ang mga awayan, mga patayan, doon ang dami pong storya. Sa daanan pa lang, ang daming kwento na pwede mong basahin. Okay, ito. Makulay ang kasaysayan ng Leyte. Dating pinanirahan ng mga Mayrete na komunidad sa pamumuno ni Dato Ite, panirahan ng indigenous animist na mga Waray, unang pinagdaungan ng mananakop ng mga Espanyol sa pamumuno ni Magellan, pinayarihan ng mga pagbawi ng Pilipinas sa mga kamay ng Hapones noong ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Pwede din yan sa Leyte. Posible ito yung mga output ni na Norlin Sondo. Kasi si Norlin, ipinadala ko rin sa Balik Kasaysayan sa Leyte. At yan si Alan Caballero, pinadala ko sa Balik Kasaysayan sa Manila. Sa Luzon sila, pumunta sila sa historical places ng Luzon. Bataan, pinuntahan nila yan. Yan. Sinabi ni Douglas MacArthur, nagbalik ako. Maaring sumagot ang mga Hapones ng di pa tayo tapos. Sa loob ng 4 na araw, nangyari ang labanan sa Golpo ng Leyte, pinakamatagal na labanan sa karagatan sa kasaysayan. Yan. Writing process edit. You are going to edit the syntax, the grammar, tenses, spelling. Very extra careful din kasi nakakahiya naman na na-post yan, nagawang poster, and then pagtatawanan kasi ano naman to, yung spelling niya sa yung grammar naman niya, na dapat 2 tao nang pinag-usapan pero wala pang S yung kaniyang subject. Pwedeng ganoon. So careful tayo kasi dami po ang magiging interest na doon. Now, let's look at on taking pictures. Importante itong malaman nyo kung paano kayo magkuha ng pictures to support your travelog. Ayan. You may include people pero wag na wag siyang nakaharap. Pwede siya nakaharap pero hindi siya nakatingin sa'yo. Ayan, tingnan nyo. Hindi siya nakatingin. Pwede siya nakatagilid, pwede siya nakayuko. And then magpaalam kayo, nanay, pwede ko bang kunin kayo ng picture para po gawin ko sa travelog. Because kapag nagalit yan, patay kayo sa IPR. Okay. Yan, bakit sila pwede? Bawal ang picture. Pwede nga si picture. Pero bakit hindi siya binawal? Kahit nakaharap siya. Because hindi naman siya klaro kung sino sila. Pwede kasi naka-eyeglasses sila. Pero yung picture mo na naka-posing ka lang dyan sa isang bato, ginawa mo nang istorya yung bato dahil itong bato na to ay ganito, pero ikaw, klarong-klaro yung mukha mo, bawal yun. Ito pwede siya. Okay. And then use the rule of thirds. Ano ibig sabihin ng rule of thirds? 1/3 of the picture should be the focus of the subject. Tingnan nyo, nasa ano lang siya, nasa 1/3 part of the picture. 1/3 part of the picture pa rin si bato. Ang bato yan ang Tabina, Tambunan Beach, di ba? O yan, lagay nyo siya sa 1/3. And that's one rule of the travelog. Pwede. Meron naman ganito. Pwede naman ganito. Na put something on the foreground. The foreground din sa harap, may ano siya, may pinakaharap na attracting na mga larawan, covering, pero leading towards the farther scenario. Pwedeng ganyan. Ito, yung forefront niya, ito yung mga bato-bato at yung white sand. Ito naman, ang forefront niya pagkain, pero ang taningin natin, nandun sa malayo pero distracted tayo dito sa pictures ng masasarap na pagkain. Pero it will give us more attraction towards looking at the farther view. Fill the frame. Meron namang sinabing punuin mo yung isang frame ng picture. Pwede naman. Fill the frame because lahat ng picture na yan punong-puno ng larawan. Pwede naman ganyan. Pero look at the children, hindi sila nakatingin masyado. Basta marami lang sila. Okay? Yan, pwede naman ganyan, nakatagilid. Okay. Use a frame. Gumawa ka ng frame to capture the scene. O, tingnan mo, ano yung frame niya? Yung mga dahon, yung mga ganyan. Pwedeng kahit anong frame. Pwedeng ganitong frame. Yan. Pwedeng ganyan, bilog-bilog. Dito ka mag-capture, nakuha mo na yung temple. Dito ito yung opening ng temple, doon ka na kumuha ng picture sa unahan. Pwede. Then pwede din yan, may frame din yan. Ang frame niya is parang curved na sides of the rectangle. Travel photography tips, you include people, pero yung people nga na hindi nakatingin sa'yo directly. Use the rule of thirds, put something on the foreground. Yung picture mo, may mga picture, pero ang unahan ay ang gusto mong i-capture. Fill the frame and use a frame. Okay, so in summary, what is a good travel writing? It must be informative, honest, interesting, and inspiring. The writing process is you have to plan, to write, of course, edit to what possible grammar, tenses, spelling you can correct. Be detailed and specific, use all your senses, include characters, avoid cliche, and show, don't tell. And include people in your photography, but do not just show na nakatingin talaga ikaw yung nag-posing. Use the rule of thirds but put something in the foreground, fill the frame, and use a frame. Ito yung specification. The paper size. Take note kung sino yung gagawa ngayong Miyerkules. Ngayong Lunes gawin mo na or bukas gawin mo na para ma-present mo na ngayong Martes. A4. 1 inch on all sides ang margin. Non-specified naman, basta readable ang font. No more than 24 points ang head, 12 points ang body text. Picturean nyo na lang please. Picturean nyo kung sino yung nagagawa. Paki-picture na lang on screen. 12 points italic, black, colored na 300 DPI, yung maximum size half page. Then number of pages non-specified. Pwede mong damihan. Depende sa kaya mo. Choose a non-serif font. Use 24 point and above font size. Use the same font for headings and similar. Paki-picture na lang para po meron kayong guide. Use bigger font size or different color for headings. Vary sizes and sizes of fonts for subheadings and captions. And limit the number of fonts to 4. Halimbawa, yung font size mo, meron kang 12, meron kang 14, meron kang 22, meron kang 26. 4 lang. Huwag na masyadong paiba-iba yung first line, 12 fonts, 14 hanggang 16, hindi, maximum of 4. No italics, no abbreviations and acronyms, and reverse text or use a light color text for a dark. Create a simple design template. Paki-picture, picture, para kuha nyo na kaagad yung guide. Make similar colors and styles. Use colors that contrast and complement and keep the background consistent and subtle. Use a single style of dingbat for bullets. Isang bullet size kung anong klaseng bullet yung ginamit mo, kung dingbat, o sige, isa lang. Huwag nang merong dot, merong numbers, ganyan. Make images all the same size, then limit the number of graphical images on each slide. Okay, limit the number of graphical images on each slide. Then, baka naubos na lang yung slide mo sa lahat ng picture, wala nang description, wala nang text. And try to use the same style graphical image throughout the presentation. Limit the number of colors on a single screen. Sa isang single screen, limit the color. Huwag masyadong colorful, na dark pa, okay? Use contrasting colors properly and reverse text for dark background. And bright colors make small objects and thin lines stand out, but some vibrant colors are difficult to read when projected. Use no more than 4 colors on one chart and check all colors on a projection screen. I-challenge ko for quality 4, sinong gagawa? Secondary, I will give that to, sino? Qualsi 4. Is it Mormia, Ortiga, or Kumalarang, or ano, Dumalinaw? For Qualsi 5, can you do it Qualsi 5, San Pablo, or ano, Bitinan? Depende kayo, mag-decide na kayo. Kaya picture ano yan, yun na yan. And Qualsi 6, sinong gagawa? Is it Tabina, or Pitugo, or Dinas? Mataling. Ayan, ano yan? Anong klaseng photography yan? Rule of thirds. Tama, no? Rule of thirds yan. Nasa 1/3 of the picture yung subject ninyo. Yan, rule of thirds pa rin yan. Yan, using a frame. Okay, yan po. Fill the frame. Okay, yan. Ayun kanina pala, use of a frame. Kasi may frame, oh, may mga side-side ng kahoy. Yan, fill the frame. Yan, buo na talaga. Isang building talaga yung ginamit as filler of the picture. Ano yan? Fill the frame. Fill the frame. Siya buo, nasa sentro talaga siya. Siya yung pinaka-sentro. Yan, rule of thirds o kaya pwedeng use a frame. A frame niya yung kamay, di ba? Okay. Yan, fill the frame yan kasi buong picture, nasa sentro si Lapu-Lapu. And then, the beginning of the most undertaking are often difficult. Ayun na. Mahirap yung simula. Lahat naman po ng simula is mahirap. Pag nakasanayan na yan, it will just be easy. Easy as like you are doing it regularly, oftentimes. So try to make it, and this can be considered, kasi wala nang module na gagawin eh. Pag na-promote na kayo ngayon, and then wala nang module na ginagawa, ano na naman ang i-attach nyo para pang master teacher training niyo? Pero kung gagawa kayo ng travelogue, this is another instructional material that you can use in your promotion someday. Somehow, you'll be thankful na napakakulit po ni Ma'am Alma ang daming pinapagawa. Pero somehow, somewhere, you will be thankful that once in your life, inutusan, inabuso kayo ni Ma'am Alma sa kakagawa ng kahit anong bagay relative to Araling Panlipunan. Yan, fill the frame yan. Yan, ano yan? Fill the frame pa rin yan. And then ito yung sample travelogues. Yan. British Columbia, Prince Rupert. Akala ko Prince Albert, Bulaklak, no? Pero yan yung sample, oh. Yun mga larawan. And then may text sa baba. Larawan, pero may description sa baba. I hope na makagawa kayo ng ganyan. Another ganyan. That is another sample. Picturean nyo na lang, please. Okay, another sample. Sige, kayo. Bobby, baka gusto mo mag-picture. Mag-picture ka na doon sa screen. School camp, yan, another sample yan, and then another sample yan, another sample yan. That ends our topic. These are our references. And of course, I just would like to say thank you for everyone for your patience and your indulgence. Thank you for Norlin for preparing these slides, and hindi po maganda yung feeling ni Norlin, so we'll just consider. Ito naman po yung ARPAN na nanay ninyo to the rescue. Kahit hindi ko po napag-aralan yung slides, hopefully, na-deliver ko naman po ng maayos. Being one of the trainees in the National Balik Kasaysayan activity. To all of you, maraming salamat. To the IT people, ISAR, of course, to John Ray, na always po ako makulit, John Ray, thank you so much. And of course, to Chester Bayukot. ISAR Nabaska, and of course, John Ray Flores. Thank you so much to my facilitators, to my host, Kim and Bobby, to my facilitators, Al, Precious, Muammar, Kim, sino pa? Crescente Talitayan. To all of you, my dear ARPAN team, maraming salamat. I will always love you all. Thank you. Mabuhay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the end of our first day of our virtual training for Batch 2. We do hope to see you again for more meaningful and fruitful sessions that will surely help your endeavor in your crafting of modules, RBIs, TVBIs, and even worksheets.
Don't forget to answer the evaluation link that will be presented to you soon. To recapitulate the sessions, we started it with a comprehensive sexuality education that was introduced by Dr. Alma Carbonilla, our EPS in Araling Panlipunan, and Mr. Asia Pil Binongo.
The what's and how's of module writing that emphasizes the right way in making module and what should be noted. Also, another part of this discussion were the principles of radio-based instruction and television-based instruction, ADM-based worksheet preparation.
Our profession has a vital role in leveling the educative process of the department and help mold young minds to continue learn amid COVID-19 pandemic.
Yes, truly, we are the builder of the future generation, and it is essential to be guided and inculcate the true education.
Thank you so much, and this is your host, Mr. Bobby Jeric M. Pedraza of Navala National High School.
And this is Kimberly Claire Suarez of Tukulan Technical Vocational High School, and we will now say goodbye and Godspeed.
Bye-bye.